Even more extra pay out of the county. We'll tell you about that. Meanwhile, New York legislators are mounting opposition against that new Connecticut toll. And cops and other officials up in Rockland County and up in New City particularly are calling for a moratorium on that new law enforcement set of rules. And the former Stepinac coach and administrator, Larkin, dies. No real word yet on that new Rochelle coach. We'll be right back with the headlines, but first we'll go to the weather in just a moment. It is 6:10. Here now is Chris Conway with the weather.
Good morning. It is 47 degrees along the Sound Shore. Today there will be some possible morning drizzle.
Oh, you said possible?
Possible.
You informed me incorrectly.
So we may get some rain.
Some weather department.
It'll be gone by noon, though. 53 degrees is the
Foggy
high.
bottom in the weather department. Go ahead, sorry.
Tomorrow,
these people need this. Go ahead, sorry.
Tomorrow, breezy, sun, 47, some evening rain. Sunday, periods of rain, 45 degrees. And then on Monday, partly sunny, 48 degrees is your high. And weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. And our programs this morning are supported by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, as we've said, by the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management and their offshoot, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Kahn, Dominic Cigars, and they will bring you today. Dominic's Fine Cigars will bring you the football picks of the week. Jake is still home brewing them. They're a licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road, Larchmont. They're open 7 days. And plug-in virtual reality. Once again, you are listening to Radio Westchester. It's time for the news. And we'll get right to it. This out of Muncie this morning, residents and worshipers still traumatized by a man being brutally stabbed yesterday going to synagogue, and saw a long white Chavrin command center on the block and Ramapo police cars patrolling the neighborhood. That was the response yesterday. The increased security offered some comfort to neighborhood residents and worshipers, as police said the 30-year-old teacher and father of 4 remains in critical condition at the Westchester Medical Center after surgery for multiple stab wounds. Again, it was done right in front of the house of worship, and it's not clear yet whether it was a member of the community themselves or if it was an outsider, or worse still, perhaps anti-Semitic activity. It is not known yet. We will stay on that story for you. It is passing through 612. The plan to increase Westchester County legislative salaries by 52% also comes with proposed changes that would allow them to take home more extra pay. This in Lohud today. Mark Lungariello, the man. County lawmakers are considering upping their base salaries, as you know, from $49,200 to $75,000 each. But under proposed changes, they also see larger stipends for chairing a legislative committee. And I was wondering about that yesterday, Chris,
Yes.
because, and they do deserve it. If you chair a committee, you've got more nights to work, blah, 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 blah. So that might go up too. Under proposed changes, the stipend for chairman of the board would be up from $40 to $45 a year, which would bring Chairman Ben Boykin's total pay to at least $120,000. You know, if you remember back, we were at another station about 7 years ago. Mr. Ryan, then the head of the Board of Legislators, was making like 40, period. And all he did was run a few grand. They ran him out of town. They really did. And me being an idiot from Wall Street, where you pay for people properly, they wanted to run me out of town for supporting them. All right, let's move on. This from David McKay Wilson. He's our man on the job looking at tax and money. Out of Lohud, New York legislators stepped up their war on words with Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont Thursday, telling their Greenwich neighbor that his proposed cashless toll gantry on the 1-mile stretch of Interstate 684 was a tax on New York. In a letter sent Wednesday, they called upon Lamont, the governor, Ned Lamont, a Greenwich resident who lives a mile from the border, to engage in a dialogue which in New York, which he has not done. This out of New City, joining colleagues statewide, Rockland and Westchester now law enforcement. We thought it was just Rockland when we did our early research today because I didn't go deep enough. Okay. Elected officials and others on Thursday demanded the state place a 3-month moratorium on the new criminal justice reforms. I'd called them processes and procedures earlier. Please hold back, they're saying. Defense attorneys and civil rights activists support the reforms as bringing fairness to people, especially minorities and the poor who can't make bail. They criticize law enforcement efforts to undercut the reform efforts. Now, at a news conference in front of the Rockland County Courthouse, those in favor of a moratorium argued that the current package would endanger victims and witnesses by the no bail rules for dozens of criminal charges. And because it's important, we'll lengthen this story a bit and tell you what those charges are. They would free people without bail for a wide swath of crimes and would allow judges to consider a person's potential danger to the community. Now, that makes perfect sense in that case. You know, a lot of people stay in jail for a year before they even get a hearing and stuff like that. That's what they want to stop, and people who can't afford bail. But if a person is considered unsafe to the community, hello, they're right about this one. Other rules now. Prosecutors and police will not be able to provide all the evidence and materials related to an arrest to defense attorneys within the mandated 15 days. And the reforms would cost taxpayers millions of dollars, they say. Now, we've spoken to defense attorneys here on the show, and one of the things they insist on, and they're right, is that the defense needs to provide that information that they have. They need to show the evidence. What they do is right now they're pulling it as a big surprise when they get to trial. It is a one-sided situation. And so there are things to like and things not to like. Again, reason, Chris. The other thing to like, and if prosecutors out there aren't going to like it, and by the way, that's Marrone's terrible lesson number 1. Do you remember what Marrone's terrible lessons are?
Yes.
It used to be number 1, but I finally had to raise to for all time. It is who you know. Doing hard. In other words, people have asked me, because of changing careers, what's the biggest thing you learn? Number 1 is, it really is who you know to an nth degree,
yes.
Much more than I ever thought. But number 2 is the behavior of prosecutors. It's one-sided, and they will let somebody, unfortunately, to get a win, rot in jail. At least that's my take. They've got to earn the difference. I'll bring Jeff Deskovic in here anytime that they argue with that. Now, what reasonable people want, do you know they're the only organized government function that has no oversight?
Really?
Mm-hmm. Prosecutors.
That's amazing.
Yeah, DAs can do whatever the bleep they want. Well, that's got to stop.
Yeah.
Got to stop. I want law and order, to use that old phrase. I want people to be held, if they're dangerous, hold them in bail until they rot. If they're truly a danger and they got a record longer than your arm, yes. But something like that, no. Ever since Janine Pirro did what she did to Jeff, and then I've seen her other behavior on television and in books and now on TV.
You're not a fan of her Fox News show?
Why are you going to ruin my morning? In fact, she doesn't do as much as she used to. They have people that lie even more than she does now. All righty. Don Larkin, a long time. This is a sad story, and I hate to say we're having fun over Janine Pirro's meanness with this story. But nonetheless, Don Larkin, a longtime teacher, coach, and administrator at Stepinac, died Wednesday following an extended battle with leukemia. The Bardonia resident was 78 years old. He came to White Plains High School in 1963, taught Latin and coached soccer. And, of course, basketball. He served 27 years as athletic director. And God bless this man. He died at the age of 78, dedicated his life to the young. We go to national news. Actually, we go to international news. This story tickles my toes. Now, you know, one of the nice things about doing this kind of radio, and I learned this a little bit from Imus and Stern, which is it's fun, just so long as you separate the two, to add commentary to the news. Mm-hmm. As long as you separate it. Now, this is commentary, folks. This tickles my butt. Israeli leader Netanyahu is indicted.
Ooh.
The new face of apartheid. Oh, did I say that? Yes, Israel's longtime leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, on Thursday became the nation's first sitting prime minister to be indicted after he was charged with bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. Now, I give you Chris. Now, again, they can't take him out of office. He's not yet within any impeachment. And he is part of another gentleman. They still can't get a majority vote. They're trying to put together a coalition government. There will probably be another election. But try and take a guess what he's calling for. Go ahead, take a big guess. Take a big guess what Netanyahu is saying about his prosecution.
That it's unjust fake news.
Yeah, fake news, hoax, and guess what he wants done? Guess who he wants investigated?
Who?
The investigators. Does it have a ring to it?
It sounds familiar.
All right. Yesterday's in the, of course, impeachment hearings, the key impeachment witnesses said Thursday it was clear that President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, and it really focused on New York's mayor, who could well be the prison system's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, was pursuing political investigations of Democrats in Ukraine in testimony undercutting Trump and Trump's argument that he only wanted to root out Ukrainian corruption. And again, I just wish they turned their tone. I really don't want him removed from office over this thing. There were a lot of other things they could have done it, but let the people speak. Unless it's a high crime, and by my interpretation, a little worse than that. You shouldn't take a guy out of office for being an oaf. But having said that, one Emerson University poll actually says it's just like 45 to 43. Other people who are undecided are saying they do not want to remove the president from office. So anyway, the president is now saying on the front page of the Post, and I could see why he would say this because he knows he's not going to get convicted. I want to go to a full trial. So I don't blame him because he's not going to get convicted. I mean, I blame him for other things, but not that. All righty. Trump's got himself in a little pickle, not a big pickle, but a pickle with the authorities in the military. The president said Thursday that he will block possible military efforts to remove a Navy SEAL whose demotion over a war crimes charge he reversed last week. Quote, the Navy will not be taking away warfighter and Navy SEAL Eddie Gallagher's trident pin. It's a special pin that allows you to do things, I guess. Trump tweeted, this case was handled very badly from the beginning. Get back to business. Gallagher is one of 3 defendants in war crimes cases in which Trump intervened last week, issuing pardons to 2 soldiers and restoring Gallagher's rank. Now, here's the issue, Chris. And I don't like it. It is distasteful. But the president is the top of the military. When it comes to the military, he does have dictatorial powers.
Yes.
And it's necessary to run an army. Now, is he misusing them? Probably, because what he's doing is insulting the very courts that is, once again, another court that the military establishes. I don't like it. I think he's wrong. Now, this is going to sound hypocritical, but I defend his right to do it. He's the president. He gets to do it. He runs the army.
Yes.
If he wants, and in this case, if he wants to condone a war crime, he can. And many people argue what's a war crime. And it is, I mean, it's written, it's coded, but nonetheless, some of the things that he talks about, and they've zeitgeist to the American people, if you just bomb 3 of my buddies, and nobody's looking, I might visit a little lead on your head. So that's where the president's coming from, and it's a fair argument. So, but I defend his right to do it. He's the president, and people have to understand that. All right, the federal death penalty is now being blocked. A judge has temporarily halted the first federal execution in 16 years, saying death row inmates scheduled to be executed are likely to win their legal challenge. U.S. District Judge Tanya S. Chutkin said in a Wednesday evening ruling that the public is not served by short-circuiting legitimate judicial processes. It is greatly served by attempting to ensure that the most serious punishment is imposed lawfully, he said. That is very interesting. Meanwhile, Attorney General William Barr unexpectedly announced in July that the government will resume executions on December 9th, ending a federal capital punishment. You know, for a guy who ostensibly has liberal leanings, did I ever tell you I agree with capital punishment? Did we ever discuss that?
No, we have not.
Very low rate of recidivism.
Yeah, that's true. It's 0, near 0%.
Although it shouldn't take 25 years.
No.
And the only problem, though, and this flies in the face of my other thing, so many prosecutors and members of the police, whom I generally support, force confessions, go to win, even if they have proof to the opposite. They've got to be sure when it comes to this. They have to be sure when it comes to the death penalty. So, but that said, no, you take somebody's life. In fact, I'm amazed. Now that I'm old and ancient, I mean, I'm coming up on 70, right? So I'll see a guy, in my lifetime, Chris, and you're too young for this. When I was 30, I'll see a guy go to jail. 30 years. Good for him. He's out already.
Yeah.
He's out going to ball games, eating hot dogs, making love to his wife or boyfriend, whatever it is that his proclivity is, fine. But 30 years ain't nothing.
No.
It's really not. If you want to do it, throw away the key, but do the thing they do out in Supermax. 23 hours a day on lockdown. Remember in what's one of my favorite movies, Training Day? 23 hours lockdown. I know who this is, too. Let me get to this. All righty. We're going to get to the call in a minute. You stay right there, caller. We will be right with you. And second, New York City vapor dies. Another one in his 30s has passed away. An Israeli government chaos. Oh, we did that already. Okay, we have a few other stories and a few other local stories, but we are going to go to sports and weather with Chris, and then we'll take that phone call. And we also have a call coming in from the Netherlands with European news.
International.
So if you would, Chris, weather.
Right now it is 48 degrees along the Sound Shore. There will be some possible morning drizzle today. Gone by noon, though. Highs will be in the mid-50s. Tomorrow, breezy, sunny, high 47, maybe some evening rain. Sunday, periods of rain, 45 degrees. Monday, partly sunny, 48 degrees is your high. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
And now, here's Chris Conway with the sports. What happened last night, Chris? Tom from Pelham must be hopping around the house, making bacon and eggs for the whole family this morning. Why?
Well, only one local in action last night. It is Tom's Islanders. They defeated the Penguins 4-3 in overtime, sweeping the home and home.
Sweep!
Brock Nelson scoring
Beat the
overtime
birds!
goal,
Swimming birds!
Second goal of the game. The Islanders now have points in 16 straight games, 15-0-1.
Amazing.
It is amazing.
I told this to Tom like 7 games ago. Oh, they tied. I said, they can go on one of these things and have a loseless streak. Mm-hmm. Continue.
Tonight, the Devils are in Pittsburgh. The Rangers are in Ottawa. Sacramento is at
They're on Ottawa?
They're
on them? This is not that kind of show.
The Rangers are at Ottawa. Sacramento in Brooklyn take on the Nets. And Iona's men's hoops have yet to get a win. They're 0-2. They face Stetson today.
Does that sound like basketball?
In Florida, yes. Men's college basketball. Iona is back.
Iona's has it back? And they have legs, too. They shoot the basketball. All right, that was Chris Conway with the traffic. It's amazing. With the sports. I have some other sports stories we'll talk about in a little while. Let's see who's on the telephone. Good morning. You're on Radio Westchester.
Morning, Bob and Chris. It's Anthony. How are you?
Anthony, how are you, sir?
I got to thank the Democrats. I really do.
Go ahead.
The hearings were very informative yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. And it went well beyond what they were there for. It taught me a valuable life lesson. At 64 years old. At 64 years old, I never knew this before yesterday. I now know the proper procedure of the things that I should do if my pigtails are set afire.
What's that?
Put them out.
Oh.
Do you believe that they asked Fiona Hill? There's a story that when you were a little girl in school, that a boy set your pigtails on fire and you put them out and then continued with your...
I'm glad to see you got your fastball this morning. You know, some of these major league pitchers, they're all...
That's where we're going with impeachment of the president of the United States
I can't
of
defend
America.
that. Hey, we got to give him this. We have to
Boy,
calm
set your
down.
tails on fire.
You're gonna break that blood vessel. God, I can't argue with you on this, Anthony. I can't. But everybody should calm down. He's not going to be taken out of office. It's not going to happen. I predict here
Now,
today.
something of substance.
Say get.
Something of substance that you're not going to like.
Go ahead.
Okay?
No, but that's fair. Hey, look, that's
Okay?
how we roll.
She also stated that the Russians, in their meddling, had no favorable candidate. They played both sides of the fence and were only interested in throwing chaos into the mix.
That's fair enough. She knows better than I do. I'll accept that. Creep. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Hey, look, you know what? Go ahead. If the truth comes out, I'm fine with it. Whatever the truth is. Go ahead, Anthony.
And the third strike, I want to strike you out with my fastball. Now, you thought I gave you the fastball.
I want a curve.
Now you're gonna, you're going to get the
Come on,
Mariano
baby.
split finger now.
Come on.
The other day, you paid homage to Ken Starr and his opinion, correct?
Yes.
You were kneeling at the altar, bowing down.
Bowing down. Drinking the holy water.
Bowing down, kissing the ring. Guess who was the guest expert on the angle last night?
Oh, no. Who? Ken Starr?
You got it, brother.
I wish you could see me because I think you're driving. Swish, I went under the ball. I struck out. All right, Anthony, God bless you. Please calm down. You're going to snap a blood vessel.
Oh, this is not my blood pressure's not up. This is me having a ball.
Oh, well, this is a good thing. Listen, I got to take a call from the Netherlands, but thank you very much, and thank you for getting us off to a wonderful start.
I figured I'd jumpstart your day.
Thank you very, very much. That's Anthony. Thank you. God, I love this job. Did you see me miss with my banana?
Yes.
That's right. This is my banana, and you can't have it. You know what bananas are? Come on, this is, I like puns, right? What is this banana?
What? I'm afraid to ask.
Appealing.
Oh,
Fine.
good Lord.
Do you know who's coming? Santa's coming in about a month and a half.
Yes.
Right. And do you know where he keeps his money?
Where?
In a snowbank. All righty. It's 6:31. I can't help myself. All right, it's just the way it is. All righty, let's move forward. I just want to remind you as we head into the bottom of the hour, we're supported this morning by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle. It's Friday, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit UHGC.com. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena & Con, Dominic Cigars, and Plug in Virtual Reality. Hey, doesn't that sound like a song? Virtual reality, gonna have my toast and tea. Don't look at me like that. All right. Now, if you're wondering why I have the papers all cut up in front of me, it's because, again, we're new. We had a little bit of a technical problem. We couldn't. We lost. We didn't lose wife. It's a long story. But anyway, we have news, but we have hard news. This is really hard news. Listen, Chris, you're not looking at me. You're embarrassed. Okay.
Pretty much, that sums it up.
Okay, and as I said, the president says, bring it on. Full trial in Senate with affirmative defense. And he's probably wise to do that because, oh, there it is. No, that's not another call. Don't look at that like I'm missing something. All right, I'm back. Look, it's Friday. We're trying to have a little fun here. Even if you beat me up, I will squeal for you. I'll even let you feel my pain. All righty, I'll set Team Mark. We will find the time and we will call Tom. He has to be happier than, I don't know, a construction worker at Lowe's or Home Depot or something. The Rangers can't lose all of a sudden. Fort never lose. Well, a little bit, but it's not quite what's going on out on Long Island. Not quite yet. Now, Chris, and we'll talk with our good buddy Jake when he comes in. A story today in the New York Post, Rob Manfred, he's saying the other shoe is going to drop. He says very serious discipline. The investigation into the Houston Astros cheating scandal is increasing. And, man, this does not look good.
No, it does not. There's going to be some lengthy suspensions coming down.
Lengthy suspensions. How long will those suspensions be?
I would say half a season.
And now,
maybe one full season.
okay. And we see, now this is a toughie because I don't like to incite these kinds of things, but it has to happen. The ball player who conked the guy with the helmet and did apologize, said he lost his temper. Now, fortunately, football's played, but people pile up, after they tackle one another. It looks like a bad porn film, except they have a lot of equipment on. And he's saying that the quarterback used the N-word or some racial slur.
Yes, a slur.
But everybody's denying it. I thought about that a little bit. He figures, I actually feel bad for him, and I'll tell you why. I don't like that he pulled a race card. We have to stop that in America, unless, of course, it happened. But if I were going to lose $6 million, I'd probably say he said it myself. So people should lighten up a little bit. He shouldn't have done that. He was showing so much class when he apologized. It made me say, and this is what sometimes I think our president doesn't get. If he would just show a little bit more of, because it's easy to overlook a person's faults when people are magnanimous, when they're classy.
Yes.
And I was willing to say, God, don't take, so this man, they play a sport that could ruin them for life. Don't take away $6 million. What they should do, if you're going to suspend them, fine, for 16 games, maybe at half pay or something. But to take away a man's livelihood, or a woman's, if that were the case. Anyway, in the immortal words of Forrest Gump, that's how I feel about that. We're going to open up, though. Where's Tom from Pelham? He's supposed to be taking bows, but he's not up yet. He's probably still on Aruba time.
Oh, yes.
And do you think what I did to him was that mean with the airplane on fire? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
All right, I got a couple of other stories. We tried to find out as much as we could this morning. Yesterday here in New Rochelle, the people that support and we're calling him Embattled, but we don't know where he stands, the embattled football coach, almost said hockey coach, and they have another championship game tomorrow, put out a wonderful little tape about how good he was and decent man. But again, that while it's good and it's an effort to do something, it's essentially propaganda. I mean, as it's supposed to be. And the school responded to it more or less kind of very carefully. But nonetheless, it doesn't look like he's going to be coaching tomorrow. And it's raising eyebrows and questions. That is it possible that, as we've speculated, as Anthony speculated when he was still sane, that perhaps there's more to this or not. But if the longer it goes on, and that's the situation with Coach D here in New Rochelle, beloved figure, but nonetheless accused of, we don't know what it is, breaking some protocol regarding a sick student, they either better have some pretty good goods on him, or they're going to have a very tough tenure. Yeah, that is the superintendent and the school board president and her minions. So that's something we're keeping our eye on. And for those of you, and I don't know how they're going to do this, in Mamaroneck on December 1st. Now, you live over in Westchester, but plastic bags are going to be banned. And I'm trying to figure out how they're going to do that. Imagine you're at the counter. Can I put a plastic bag on that? Should it be a paper bag? Should I put a plastic bag to keep things from leaking inside the paper bag?
Well, not going to be an option. There's going to be no plastic bags.
There are exceptions. I forget what they are. I don't have them in front of me. That's one thing. And this is a nice story out of Mount Vernon. There's a man there by the name of Kevin Furman who lost his job. And it always happens. Over 50, you got a target on your back. Chris, when you turn 50, just put a target on your back because I'll be looking to shoot you. Or it's just the way it is. You're supposed to struggle between 50 and 65 more than when you retire. Because, in fact, if there was no Obamacare, and you had like a heart attack, and you're 50, and then the company that had you fires you because you now earned a nice living, and they want to get some kid that's with half a working forebrain that they can pay 1/3 the pay to. Now you can't even get, until Obamacare, at least you couldn't even get health insurance. You know that house you've been working to pay off for 20 years? You'll soon be giving it to the bank. But no, that at least with Obama. But anyway, this guy lost his job. Yeah. He was so out of work for 2 years, if you're with me, that he lived in his car.
Wow.
Well, he later got a job again. He got a good job. And every year, this guy gives out clothing around the holidays, clothing, food, things like that. I got to track this guy down.
Yeah.
Kevin Furman is his name. And I just wish you were listening to this, sir. And I'm going to ask A.J. Woodson. We're going to reach out to A.J. from Black Westchester, who covers Mount Vernon like a glove. We got to get this guy in here. Yeah. and maybe you'll give me a free sandwich. I do radio, folks. All righty. But Kevin Furman, whoever you are, God bless you. And out of Newburgh, they're upset, and I don't blame them. I don't know if this is a ploy, but I'm still laughing at Anthony. Out of Newburgh, they want to lay off 14 firemen and 19 policemen. Wow. Better they increase. Well, you know what that is? That's the old, remember in the movie Slapshot? That's the old rigmarole. They just wanted to be glad they got jobs. Well, what they may be doing here is setting up the people for a tax increase, maybe. Yeah. Do you think that's what's up in Newburgh? Good luck up there. And this story, this isn't the kicker. The kicker, we have plenty of other things we can talk about, but this is a tough story. This out of Croton. A man is accused of putting his hand up the skirt of a woman on the subway, and they've outed this guy. His name is Jonathan Antwerpen. That's a name that a molester ought to have. You Antwerp, you, I guess. But you know what? Still, he's innocent, ladies and gentlemen, until proven guilty. And I'm wondering why I've not heard. Now, look, right on cue. Right on cue. We're going to get this call. No, keep ringing. Don't stop. I was just going to say, where is my call? I must have said 6:45 or 6:40. Call back. But yeah, that's it. That's definitely a number. There we go. Folks, and I put it up loud because I wanted to hear it. I do believe, I want to be sure because we didn't screen the call. This is coming from a correspondent whom we've worked with for years on different radio stations. Well, please welcome from the Netherlands, Marrone Vandermeer. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Good afternoon to me.
That was not necessary. What's the weather in I was going to say Antwerp. What's the weather in the Netherlands today?
It's actually pretty good. It's about 49 degrees Fahrenheit, 8.5 degrees Celsius, which actually makes more sense. And it's no overcast at all. It's
Marrone,
blue.
Okay. Well, then welcome to the program. And I know you're probably on your lunch hour. He works in communications and the news himself, does Marrone. And we reached out to him, or he reached out to us to say hello. And we reached out to him to say we need reports from Europe, maybe once a week or from time to time based on his schedule. Marrone has worked at radio stations here in the States. That's how we got to know him. He interned with us. Do you remember Chris Conway, funny-looking guy, used to do the traffic and weather? Marrone?
Oh, he's still doing a good job on the weather and the sports. So yeah, that's how I know him.
Yeah, we're gonna put traffic
to this program.
We're gonna put traffic back in the flow come Monday, and we've been adding things.
Yeah, I want to hear more about the Tappan Zee Bridge.
Oh, well, it's not the Tappan Zee Bridge anymore. It's named after one of our more famous governors, Mario Cuomo. So it's the Mario Cuomo Bridge now. So just so you know, you guys keep up out there in Europe. But the reason we wanted to have you on, Marrone, and it's great to hear. Oh, by the way, congratulations. You got married.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. And a shout out to my wife here.
Oh, is your wife there?
No, she's at work.
Too bad. Because I saw her picture and I'd be very interested.
My future if I didn't say anything.
Because I saw her picture and I'd be very interested in talking with her. Oh, I have to behave. Okay. Marrone, one of the reasons we wanted to include you in what we do, as a person myself, as you have, who's traveled the planet, the rest of the planet often sees things differently, as anyone would, from the perspective of distance, and the news is different. Two things are on my mind this morning. One, and you probably are covering it greater in Europe than we are here in the States, although it did make the news. Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, has been indicted. That's huge. But also, how is the impeachment hearing playing out in Western Europe? Start with Netanyahu.
To be fair, we don't hear that much about it.
Really?
Of course, we do know it's going on. Yeah, of course, we do know it's going on, and I'm watching it on CNN and Fox News the other day, and I read about it on Dutch TV, radio, and the internet because I'm interested in it, and I talk with my wife about it, and so yeah, I'm interested in it myself. But for instance, this morning I was watching the news and. Nothing about it. And I was in Spain the other weekend, and the same thing there. They have their own problems. I was in Barcelona. Yeah, we don't talk about it on a daily basis. Of course, there's news about it.
Yeah, but excuse me, but see, therein lies the rub, which is good. You know, it's not dominating the news as most Americans might think that it would. What about Netanyahu?
Netanyahu, I read about it today, this morning. I have to admit that I did not read all about it, but I was kind of shocked, especially because I knew he was under fire. I knew that he was looked into, but I did not expect this to happen. And to be honest and to be frank, we didn't hear much about it at all. And all of a sudden this morning I read the news that he was indicted.
Yeah, well, this has been brewing for some time. It really has. He has been on the hot seat. And of course, they have some of the same issues that we had here in the States and that you have in your Western democracies in Europe, which is, can you indict a sitting head of state? Do you wait till they're out of office? And what, if any, are the rules and abilities to take that person out of office? But how is, in general, his politics viewed? I mean, I'm kind of harsh on him. You know, I've been a strong supporter of Israel for lots of reasons, but one of the problems that I have with Netanyahu is his stance. And I know he's in a difficult spot because every time Israel gives something away, it seems more missiles go their way. But he's going to turn them into an apartheid state if he continues on the path as he is now. The other day, he granted, he benefited from a decision made here in the United States that it's okay to take the West Bank away from the Palestinians. How is he viewed in Europe?
Well, I think he's a respected guy, but of course we follow the news about Israel and about their elections, for instance, and I heard about the elections that were, because he was not on his new term, and it was pretty close that he was reelected the last time, and we don't hear that much about Israeli politics, but we do hear about all the attacks because they keep on going on between Gaza and Israel. I was in Israel 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, something like it. And it's pretty peaceful there.
It's very peaceful. It's actually a wonderful place to visit, Israel is. Continue, please.
Yes, absolutely. Like, as a tourist here, you're more than fine. And of course, you don't see the rockets flying, and it's never peaceful there. But as a tourist, it's normal to just go there on a vacation and have a good time. It's not really scary or anything. And we do hear from time to time something about the politics, and we know that he was on the hot seat. But the news about his indictment kind of shocked me, to be honest.
Well, that and it tells us how things are that we care about in the States maybe being viewed in Europe. Again, my guest, our correspondent in Europe, Marrone Vandermeer. He's in the Netherlands. He's in this business. Marrone, let's talk about Europe. You said you were in Spain. They have a province that wants to break away. You have some issues in your part of the world where we see the rise of the right a little bit, and we wonder, is that overestimated or is it a true concern in some of the Western Europe states? What say you? What's going on out there?
Well, my sister lives in Barcelona, so I'm in Barcelona quite often. And you're talking about the province of Catalonia.
Yes,
who would like to, who would like to be separate from Spain for quite some time right now. You go back all the way for centuries, basically, that they used to be a own country, but then were part of Spain ever since. And back in the time that Franco, the dictator, was in power, you were not allowed to speak Catalan, which is an official language. You were not allowed to have any Catalan culture. Well, he passed away in the 70s, and they became more of independent state within Spain. It's not an independent state. That's actually what they would like to be, like an independent state, or something like the United States of Spain. But now they're still really into Spain. They're really part of Spain. They like to be loose from Spain, but Spain doesn't want to give an inch. No. They want to keep them because of money. There's a lot of money going into that province, and Barcelona is really important for Madrid. You wouldn't say that because they drink their blood. But,
Drink them. Things are, as you can see, they're friendly in Europe as well, folks. Well, how much is it like? You know, there are things that are similar around the world. For the longest time, Quebec wanted to break away from Canada, and Scotland always seems on the verge, or at least there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but how much
but
are
they
they?
had a
Go ahead.
They had a referendum in Scotland a couple of years ago. I think like it was 2015 or 16 or something like that. And the outcome was that they said, we'd rather be with the UK. We'd rather stay with England and be Greater Britain. But, well, the whole Brexit...
Brexit's raised that up a level now.
Completely changed that.
Yeah.
I would like to see if they had another referendum right now, what the outcome would be. I think the majority would say, like, oh, we're out of here. We want to be independent Scotland.
Yeah, well, they have a real problem up in Northern Ireland where they don't want to have that. They finally have peace after decades, and they don't want to have to deal with the border between themselves and the Republic of Ireland. What about, this is so fascinating, Europe has all these little things, folks. What about Angela Merkel? She's certainly greatly respected here in the United States, despite what President Trump will say about any world leader when it suits him.
Here too.
But she's very well respected, but yet isn't as powerful as she used to be. Now, sooner or later, she's going to move on. And who do you think will be that leader that kind of speaks for Western Europe, if you will? Will it be Macron? Is there someone else on the horizon?
Macron, I don't think so. He has a very good relationship with Trump, which is, well, good for Trump and for Macron.
Yes.
But in France, he's pretty much on the hot seat as well. He will not be indicted, but I think he lost some leverage there. I would vote for our prime minister. He's a good guy.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I would go vote for our prime minister.
Tell us about him.
Mark Rutte. He's a good guy. I think he has been in power for 10 years right now. He's not very well known because I'm not sure if you knew who he was. If there was a pop quiz like who's the prime minister of the Netherlands, would you?
No, I knew who he was.
An A?
I knew who he was, but I didn't realize he was in the ascent. I didn't realize that he was a rising star. Now, because of the size of the Netherlands and the politics within the European Union, et cetera, is it a likely thing? In other words, is it something you'd like to see, or is it something that could very well evolve?
No, I don't think that we play that role in the international politics. We're important in its own way because we might be a small country, but we do stand our ground. But it's always going to be Germany or the UK, but the UK has their own problems.
Oh, boy, do they ever. Do they ever. How do you feel about that?
And France, of course, too. I don't think that France has the power now to step up. It always was Merkel, which is a really important person. But she will step down sooner or later because she has been in power for several years. I think it's a decade right now. Whoever going to be her successor, it's going to be a tough spot.
Yeah, it is. You know what's interesting? Take a little sidebar here before we continue And my guest and our correspondent in Europe, he's in the Netherlands. It's a nice afternoon there as we come up on 6:52 in the morning here in the States. And Marin Vandermeer, he did his interning here with us in the United States. I was thinking about the UK and the problems there. Mm-hmm. How is the rest of Europe looking upon that chaos?
To be honest,
yes,
I think a lot of people would love to see the UK stay with the European Union because it just gives a lot of problems just for the European Union as it is. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you have free trade of goods, people, and money. That was agreed on in the before that people just could go. You know, like if, for instance, I would get a job in Portugal, I can go. I don't need a visa because it's
that's got to be great. Is that
and all of a sudden?
Like
absolutely, I don't want to go to Portugal, but
excuse my interrupting. So, like when your daughter went to work in when your sister went to work in Spain, she didn't even need to show a passport when she crossed the border, did she? Or she did,
No,
or just
no.
go right in.
And she had a job within a week, as in, and you don't need to have a visa. You just come in. Well, maybe you have to do some paperwork, but everybody has to do some paperwork if you're going to work for a different company. But she didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Like, it's not me working in the U.S. where I need a visa or a green card or whatever to work. I can only go as a tourist at this moment. But if I would like to work in another country in the European Union, I'm free to go, which is nice. And I could also do that in the United Kingdom right now.
Right.
But that will change. And if you want to ship out something to the European Union, or from the European Union to the United Kingdom, well, you have to pay, or it will take forever at the border. So it's going to be tough. And that's only from my perspective as just a private person. So just imagine if you have $1 million company and you do a lot of trades with the European Union from the UK. Well, good luck with that.
You know, I forgot to take my little sidebar, and I'll do it now. But hold on to that thought, because I want to talk about how some of the issues that have gone on in Europe since the wars in the Middle East and the migrations and the immigrants going to your continent. And you may be even too young to appreciate this. You too, Chris. But for people my age, Angela Merkel's ascendancy is one of the great political events of our time, because what many people may not, or younger people may not realize, is that she grew up in East Germany behind the Iron Curtain when Germany was split after World War II, and it was took 30 or 40 years before the country was reunited and the Berlin Wall fall. And to think that one of Europe's great leaders, and she'll go down as that she came from a communist country that was, for all intent and purposes, locked in. That's quite a story. Is it as big a story in Europe for older folk?
It's absolutely part of her history, and that's why she's respected too. Because all of a sudden it's the American dream, but then in Germany.
Yeah.
It sounds a little weird, but that's basically what it is about. As in, the American dream is still much alive in the United States. But for us, if you look at the history of Merkel, that she came all that way and such a respected leader and such a charismatic person. But she has this background, so she evolved from this girl who was living in Eastern Berlin. All of a sudden, turns into this great leader. Yeah, that says something. It's
an amazing story. And having said that, and circling back to some of the issues in Europe, we see Trump is in the middle of an impeachment. He probably will not get removed from office because of the way the rules are set up, and many would say he shouldn't be. But he's certainly a strongman type president. We have in Israel a strongman type president. We have Erdogan. There are other leaders in Europe who are, shall we say, authoritative leaders. How concerned are Europeans at large that this appeal of strongmen, quote unquote, number one, and number two, we read about it sporadically here. But there is I don't think it's a serious problem, but you would know better. But there's this rise of neo-Nazis and the hard right. How big of a concern is that in Europe? And is the tide turning? Is Europe, as we are here and as they are in Israel, pushing back at the authoritative type of a leader? Are you there? Going once, going twice. Do you see that? My intellectual blew his brains out.
I know, he's passed out on the floor, unable to comprehend the brilliance.
All righty, we lost him. Hello, Europe. Maybe one of those right-wing leaders was listening in on the call. We will take care of that, Marrone. All right, he's probably going to call back, but anyway, he dropped. But I find that interesting. But you see the way that what you think is big news here is not always news overseas, and the European Union, by the way, has been great for professionals. You can just cross the border into another country, apply for a job. Sure. You don't even need, as they used to say back at papers. Where are your papers, Mr. Conway? We need your papers. All righty, we're going to take a quick break. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe he won't. He's busy. Maybe he had to go back to work. He does make a living in our fair business, and we missed him. So if he calls back, we'll take him. But right now, we're going to go to Chris Conway. Oh, no, he did. We got him. All right. Come on, phone. There you go. Tell me, was someone who didn't like my comment listening in and cut you off?
Yeah, I think so. They're like standing right in front of my door.
Yeah.
So this is now going to be a little bootleg.
So anyway, my point was the pushback towards authoritarianism, which we're seeing in some places, but also the rise of the right. How much validity is there to what we read about that, and how concerned are Europeans about it?
I'm not concerned whatsoever.
Same
You always hear stuff like that going on, and it's always out there. But I think we should not be afraid, and everybody has an opinion, everybody has a voice, so we should always listen to it. But I'm not afraid of the rise of the right.
Another hard right. I mean, the right wing thoughts and ideas. Yeah, the hard right. I don't mean the right itself. I think that one of the problems we certainly have here in the States is that is how people are too split. Now, let's take the total European perspective, particularly where you are in the Netherlands. What are the biggest concerns right now in Europe? Is it NATO? Is it migration? Again, after the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and then Syria, you had all kinds of people fleeing and trying to get into European countries. What is the biggest issue for Europeans today?
If I speak for my country, the Netherlands, we are really concerned about IS people that went to Syria or to Iraq to fight there, and now the whole caliphate is down, and they would like to return. And we are really having a pickle, like what to do with all the women that went there to join their men to fight, and their children, and either the children that they got over there, like, should we get them back to the Netherlands? Should we put them in court? What to do with them? Or should they just say, like, you left, so figure it out yourself? They're technically still Dutch citizens.
That's a sticky wicket.
Yeah.
No, but the reason I say it's a sticky wicket, your comment, please, is in most, for lack of a better word, there's a difference between a civil war, where after a civil war, as we did in the States, they had civil wars, revolutions in France and the Scots and the Brits, and the history's filled with civil wars, but you always had to take back and reunite your country. But these are full-fledged traitors.
I consider them as a traitor as well.
Yeah, so do I.
Like, if you want to fight there, that's your own decision. Go if you want to go, but if it doesn't turn out the way you liked it to turn out, don't come back and sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Like, no, you know what? You left, stay there. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's a hard one.
Now, and the other thing is, if they want to return, I think the question is, and of course you might not get an honest answer, if the caliphate had returned, would you go back there? Because if that were knowable, then you should just leave them there. I have to agree with you. And
yeah, and that's the question we probably never will. Hopefully, we'll never know that they see. I think that they really believe that was a good thing for them to go, or that they could have a good future there. I don't know. I don't see it, but now they see it was a complete lie, and it was a terrible place to be. What I heard of. So yeah, do you want to come back, and can we just allow you to come back?
I didn't.
You put everybody in jeopardy.
How many did you have? I mean, I'm inferring that you had a fair number of people that joined the caliphate.
I don't know the exact numbers, but it's probably like hundreds of people.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, that is quite a lot, but I don't know the exact number.
Now, when we Americans missed the boat a little bit, although we certainly learned, and our intelligence services learned after 9/11, that there are great pockets of cells, et cetera, and people unfriendly to Europe and the United States We don't read a lot about it now, but we know in Hamburg and in other parts of Germany, there's certainly more enclaves. And I guess in Europe, you have the same problem we do here. Just because there's a mosque with a lot of people who are very religious, of course, one can't infer that they are enemies of the state. But what kind of security services does the Netherlands have to deal with that?
Well, it's quite tricky because some mosques, for instance, or Islamic figures could be extreme, and we try to figure that out. You have freedom of speech, so you can say whatever you like, and freedom of religion, so you're free to say whatever, and it's mostly like handling afterwards. I think we have a very great defense and a justice system, and they try to figure out people like that. Like, for instance, here once in a while somebody would like to attack somebody, but he was caught. Great, like that still is part of our society. But it's not only here in the Netherlands; it's in the whole of the European Union and the U.S. So I think they're doing a good job on that, but I don't think they have a specific threat against extremists right now.
Well, that's a good thing, I guess. Anything else you want to add? Is there anything you want to share with us that's going on in Europe that concerns you, or have we covered the bases for now?
I think we covered the most bases, like in international politics as it is. And we started off with the impeachment, which is still a big deal. It's less of a big deal here. I don't really see the fuss. It sounds very weird, but I think that it's really important that it happens, because and you see that in Israel, if the president or prime minister is doing something wrong, you should step up. But I do think that it's just like the will to have power, and the Democrats are really going after him, but it's all about money and all about power. So I don't think this is the solution.
Interesting. That's an interesting take. And we have many callers who would agree with you. In fact, next week, I'll probably debate that one with you. Not that I totally disagree, because the problem that we have is the mixture of the grab for power, the attacking of a president, but also every once in a while, you also have the goods on that person. So, we've had situations here, you probably know of Benghazi, which just the Republicans on the other side spent a year and a half, spent $27 million, and they didn't even come up with a parking ticket. And 25 years ago, they went after Bill Clinton for, and it's not to say that the Democrats are innocent. They would have done the same thing. They went after him over a failed deal in a poor state in Arkansas about a purchase of land, and it turned out forcing him to talk about his sexual escapades. So anyway, listen, we have to.
Which is actually his private matter.
Yes.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I know. Well, in mine too.
But the thing is that they went after him, where he could be impeached for back in the day. Clinton is lying on the oath.
Yep.
If you do that, that's a crime.
Yep. But one of the things.
And I think that Trump, they can do that on Trump too. I think he lied on the oath, but I don't have the facts there.
No, we've got the facts here. No, what President Trump did was, and it has been established. His defenders will say no, but again, he's got some defenders that will try and tell you that the moon is made of tomato sauce. But he did hold up that money and pushed for information about Biden. But whether or not he should be removed from office, one of the nice things about our system, but it's also scary, the one area where the people who, we call them the founding fathers, but who established America, that they deliberately left vague was what constitutes an impeachable offense. It's really not connected to the laws, the statutes, because they want it to be so egregious and so terrible that it would have to overturn the most sacred thing here, which is an election. So so impeachable, believe it or not, something that is impeachable to the point of removal from office in our system, it will be decided when it's decided. There is no rule for it. It's very interesting. Listen, Marrone.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you very, very much. Marrone Vandermeer, colleague, a radio colleague, TV colleague. Thank you very much. And we'll talk to you again next week, and we'll work it out, getting a hold of you, too, so you don't have to spend money on the long calls. And thank you so very much. My best to your new bride and your sister over there in Barcelona. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you so much. Chris, say goodbye.
Goodbye, Aaron. Good hearing from you again.
Yeah, I didn't.
Bye, Chris.
He said bye. I didn't put his mic on because I'm an idiot. But no, I have to put his mic on because we've officially reached the top of the hour. It is 7:08, and we welcome you once again to Radio Westchester. We are the radio station. We are live at the New Rochelle train station, and it is Friday, November 22nd. November 22nd is a very important day in our history, when President Kennedy was shot and killed. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It's 2019. It is Friday. And some of the stories we're following you today, security has been increased in Muncie after the attack on a person going to Temple. We'll keep our eye on that story. Lawmakers, their raises will get a little better because their stipends are likely to increase as well. A stipend, again, is money that you get for heading up a committee, etc. Meanwhile, New York legislators, state legislators are stepping up and pushing back on our friends up in Connecticut because of the toll they want to put when we go on 684. They're calling it an attack on New York, and wow. And cops and officials in Westchester and Rockland and Putnam, and actually all around the state, are concerned about the new reforms that will allow people who are incarcerated or at least being held for trial to be let out even if they're dangerous, etc. And the national news you heard me talking about with Marrone, Netanyahu has been indicted for corruption, and they pretty much knew that he and his wife were pretty corrupt, so I'm surprised they didn't get his wife, Chris. All righty, we now throw it to Chris Conway, who is ready to do the traffic. No, did I say traffic again? Yeah, I'm losing my mind. Yeah, just do the weather and I'll shut up.
It is 47 degrees along the Sound Shore. There will be some possible sprinkles this morning. High will get up to about 53. Any rain that does show up this morning will be gone by noon. Tomorrow, breezy, sunny, high 47, some evening rain. Sunday, periods of rain, 45 degrees. Monday, partly sunny, high in the upper 40s.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Bob. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. And let's take a look at who our guests are this morning as we get rolling. We will actually, who we've arranged to call in because we want to talk with him about a couple of things? Mitch.
Oh,
Mitch, well, because he's been running around taking care of his business, and he and I spoke yesterday. Wants to call in on a couple of issues, and because we're so guest rich right now, we actually said call in around 7:20. So we expect to hear from him around 7:20. Steve Callis, he's a sports guy on ESPN. He's also the sports editor at the Mount Vernon Post. Is going to join us 7:35, and then when Mitch gets here, not Mitch. All these single name words, Mitch, Jake, Joe, Bill. Anyway, Steve Callis will join us when our very own Mr. What am I losing my mind?
Jake.
Jake, thanks.
By the way, Jake lost his football pick yesterday.
I know we're gonna bother him about that.
By half a point.
Good. Good. That's gotta hurt. Half a point hurts. He'll be miserable walking in there. He'll have his coffee cup. He'll be Anyway, Steve Callis joins us. Then Janelle Albritton. She is the managing editor and publisher of and I did say Mount Vernon, didn't I? She's got two newspapers, the Mount Vernon Post and the Westchester County Post. We're going to ask her about some of the information that we've been getting from both the mayor-elect and the former mayor regarding budgets and money in Mount Vernon. One thing that they do agree on is they think there are felonious goings-on, criminality in their IDA, and we're on that story ahead of the mainstream press. So Janelle Albritton will be with us, and then we're going to talk with a guy by the name of Chuck Swenson. Now, for those of you who are of a certain age and you're on Medicare or you don't have your Medicare yet and have to choose it, we'll be talking about that and what the deadline is. Now, many of you, and I can't believe it, particularly those of you who may have for United Healthcare, for example, those of us who are on United Healthcare for our secondary plan, we're being inundated with letters, which is really good of United Healthcare, actually. I don't know if it's legally required, but they've been sending us letters, Chris, about this new Advantage program for people who don't have a lot of money. It's an HMO, okay? But it's a lot less money if you don't go to the doctors frequently.
Right.
So at least they did it. I had this long conversation with them on the phone comparing my plan to that. For me, it wasn't a good option, but for many people, they can save hundreds of dollars a month. So they're really going to want to listen to them. And you can tell I'm not selling anything for them. This has to do with I want our listeners to be able to make informed choices. And it's very difficult because you really need, if you're going to make a conversion to a different health plan, you need to be able to mention every one of your medicines.
Yeah.
And you got to look at how frequently you go to the doctors because there's no, this new Advantage plan, there's actually virtually no extra cost. I mean, it's almost free. However, there are copays.
Oh.
Whereas the good wraparound plan, there are no copays.
Right.
So if you go to the doctors a lot, and you can't always choose your own doctors in this plan, but if you go to the doctors a lot, your copays may well be greater than you would have paid for. So it's a pain in the butt. It really is. But you really need to do it, folks. So at 8:20, you're going to want to listen in for Chuck Swenson. And then, of course, at 8:35, Dr. Victor Sternberg joins us, as he does every week. And he, of course, the longtime host of on different radio stations. In fact, we co-hosted together Politics and Your Health. Obviously, I wasn't the health part of that. Dr. Victor Sternberg is with us at 8:35. Eventually, we'll have him back on for a call-in show, as we did on our other radio stations. Hezi Aris joins us at 9 o'clock, and he is the managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. It is 7:15. Could you go back and tell us about that football game?
The one Jake said.
Yeah.
Tell me mortal
about that.
lock.
Tell me about that. He bet the house on it. In fact, he put his wife up as bait.
Oh, that's a problem. Now he's single.
Yeah, he's single now. His wife is. I got to be careful with. Let's just say she's the property of the other football team, and we'll leave it at that. Who was playing who, and what was the score?
Houston was playing Indianapolis, and if you're not familiar with football betting, if you bet the team that's supposed to win, they have to win by more than the number of points that they set.
Wasn't the spread like 3.5?
3.5. So Houston had to win by more than 3.5. Final score: Houston 20, Indianapolis 17.
When he comes in, we're gonna have to throw him right on the mic and just throw him right on the mic and hear his pain. Listen to him squeal. All right, it's a little pain is a good thing. That's what I always used to tell my daughter when she fell. Like when she broke her wrist once. I thought she was okay. So I said, you're fine. I made her, she always tells people to this, she's 88 years old now, and she tells people how I made her pick up books and squeeze her hand. I just wanted to be sure she didn't break her wrist. It's only broken in a couple of places. Wimp. Not even going to go there. All righty, we're going to open up the phones for a few minutes, and we do expect to hear from Mitch in 914-222-3141, 914-222-3141. Chris, did you agree with his bet? You know, did you double down? For all I know, you were in his corner with this bet last night.
I was, but to be honest, I forgot to put anything down.
Yeah, because didn't I make a side bet?
Yes, you did. I think. That was about the Jet game, I think.
Oh, okay.
You tried to sucker me into that. And
no, because I was
none of it.
I was like a good politician. I was lining up my lie. Fake news. I never said it. I was a hoax. In fact, if I were him, I'd call it hoax. Didn't I tell you I did that a month ago? A ref got me for a hooking penalty, and it's a thing I usually get away with. I stick my hockey stick, between under the armpit, and I yank the top hand off, and I get away with it a lot. But the guy was smart. He clasped his arm, and then he skated away because I slipped, and it looked like he had a pitchfork in his back. So the ref called me, and on the way to the ref, I said, "Fake news! This is a hoax." He almost gave me a misconduct, but I I behaved when it came to that. Took a shot the other day to my ankle. It swelled up like the head of the microphone, like this thing.
Oof. How long did it?
Well, first what happens is it swells, and then you get like a bruise. If for somehow, I think pucks have eyes. It will find wherever I don't have a pad, or you'll be flinging if you're stuck back. Like I don't play much D anymore, but if I'm playing D, and if you don't flip into a back skate in time, and the shot hits you in the back where you don't have padding in the back of your, that hurts like I don't want to tell you what it hurts. It doesn't hurt you though. All righty, 914-222-3141, 914-222-3141. If you'd like to join the conversation, please do. I know Mitch is going to join us momentarily. And what's your sense of the moratorium? Like you look surprised when I was telling you before, Chris, that there is no oversight for prosecutors. I don't know if you knew that.
It's amazing, and the stakes are so high.
Yeah, and there's even oversight for judges. So prosecutors have their finger on the scale for all this time. So I don't have a problem with that at all. And so long as they do they got to do the job. They got to prosecute vigorously. But there's this whole dynamic, and you were here, I think, when we spoke to Jeff Deskovic. There's this whole dynamic, which I also understand, that they want a conviction by a jury to be final.
Yeah.
But I don't believe in the jury system, and that's a real problem
Really?
for me. Yeah, because you ever been on a jury?
No.
There are certain places, like going into a retail store these days, or calling up a company and okay, let's get that. Yeah, that's going to be him. And all right, we'll be with you. Did I miss it? We'll be with you in a second, caller. Where was I?
Talk about Jeff.
I'll
Jeff
be right there.
Deskovic.
Hold on a second. What's that?
Jeff Deskovic and.
Oh no! When he talked about this, and it's all one side. All right, let's go to the telephone. Good morning. You're on Radio Westchester.
Hey, Bob. It's Mitchell.
Mitchell, how the hell are you? We've been solving the problems of the world without you this morning.
Thank God.
Yeah. And your buddy, Tom from Pelham, you may not talk with him in days. His island is like 15 games. They haven't lost a game. We think he's drunk, staggering around Pelham someplace.
My buddy Tom is very cold. He's getting the chills, he said.
I have no sympathy. He called us every day, Mitchell. He called us every day from Aruba to tell us the temperature, to tell us he was looking at models getting photographed on the beach and going up in balloons, which he was nuts to do. Hey, there's a lot going on, and we're grateful for you calling in because you've been in this city a long time. Have you heard anything new? We have not, other than that film that came out yesterday.
Well,
go ahead.
Before I get to that, two things, if I may.
Sure.
One, go New Rochelle tomorrow. We're all behind you. We all want you to win. Kick some butt. We want to go to that championship game and win a third championship for New Rochelle. So
yes.
Good luck, and we're all behind you. Two, I don't know if you talked about this, Bob, but I woke up. I realized 56 years ago at 12:30.
Yeah, we did.
Central Time.
Yep.
And the one thing, if I could add, I don't know if you talked about. We talk about my kids' generation. 9/11 was something they'll never forget. But at 9/11, the schools didn't close. On November 22nd,
they sent us home.
We were all sent home.
Mm-hmm.
And I would suggest that it was even more horrific in a way than 9/11, because 9/11 impacted the whole country, but it really impacted New York and Washington. The shooting of JFK impacted the country, the world, and for a very young child at the time, it was the first time in my entire life that I saw adults cry hysterically.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're just trying to figure out, why are they crying? What's going on? So it's a day, I think you and I will never forget. And
it also
may we haven't. Yeah, go ahead.
No. I think you'll appreciate this. It also was a watershed in this business. When we teach news to students or interns, it was one of the first time a news story where you actually watched it happen. It was live. World War II, they covered in a newsreel, you'd hear it on the radio. But whether it was the shooting of Oswald, which happened on national TV, the procession, the car coming back from the airport. Remember, the casket was so heavy that it weighed down the hearse. It was the first time that you could teach news using it. It was happening now. It was important. It affected everybody. I was riveted to the TV set for 3 days. There I was, 12 years old, and I couldn't take my eyes off it.
Well, on a lighter note of that day, or actually a few days later at the funeral, how many mothers with daughters dreamed of their daughter marrying John Boy?
Oh, little John, yeah. When he saluted at his father, that was pretty cute. Yeah.
Was that cute? It was one of the most moving moments ever. But so
question. Wait, well, don't go there yet, because I want to ask you about something else now that you brought it up. Do you believe? Now, I do believe that Oswald was this lone shooter, but do you believe that Oswald acted alone?
Well, listen, I'm one of those guys that believe that place out in Utah is where we keep the Martians.
Oh, never mind. Okay, go on to your next thing, because I'm never going to buy that story. And
I don't buy. But by the way, no, I do not buy that story. You don't get. No. I always believed there was another shooter. I don't know that we'll ever find out.
And there may well be, but I do not believe. I think the most important thing he ever said before he got shot the next day was, "Hey, I'm a patsy." I absolutely 100% believe that. And I got a shelf. I must have 20 books on the subject and trying to dig into it as best you can. But, even people with access to the facts, there's still some stuff that's not going to come out for another 25 years, I think it is. I'm trying to make it to the finish.
Yeah.
What else is on your mind this morning?
So, as far as I think what your question was, I have nothing at all to go on other than speculation, but I just feel, given how long this situation has gone on with the coach, that during the investigation, something else has come up that they are looking into.
Well, that's a surmise that we have too, but nobody knows.
Nobody knows. No, but it just seems logical because clearly he violated protocol. Now, depending where how much you like him, he should get a slap on the wrist, or he should get terminated.
Well, terminated probably seems extreme, but who knows? We don't know exactly the degree to the violation.
I'm saying depending what you think of. But that said, if that was just it, I would suspect they would have come up with whatever the penalty was going to be, and we would move forward. So I'm probably totally off base, but I just think something else came up, and they're looking into that.
Now, we haven't heard from you in a while regarding what's going on with the President of the United States. What is your take of the impeachment hearings?
Well, I saw a great photo of Trump the other day, and it was similar to that Nixon quote where Trump was saying, "I am a crook, so what?"
I like the one with Nixon telling one of his aides, "It was the perfect break-in."
perfect break-in, yeah.
Excuse me.
Look, it doesn't matter what I say. What matters is yesterday, for the first time, conservatives broke rank in huge numbers, and a number of conservatives, even Fox people, said it was wrong. What he did was wrong. So there's no longer any doubt that he used the office to try to embarrass a competitor,
political rival. Yeah.
Totally inappropriate. It's an abuse. It's clearly abuse of power. And it's just his huge ego, I guess, that prevents this. But many Republicans are trying to come up with the defense of, yes, we know all what he did. We agree what he did. It doesn't rise to the level of impeachment.
And I think that that's a very arguable case because there is no set of rules. The founding fathers set it up where they want it to be almost an opinion.
Exactly. So you know what? As I obviously as a Democratic partisan, I would tell you I think there's an abundance of enough to be. But if that's the Republican defense, I think they could put on a good defense. But Trump doesn't want to let them do it. So this is why the Republicans are coming off looking foolish because they're not being able to use what would be their best defense. So they're sort of hamstrung. And I think it just makes it look worse for Trump, and I think it makes it look worse for the Republicans. And I really don't have any problem with that. I've heard many people on the Republican side float the defense of, yes, he did it, but not sufficient. And I disagree with them, but I think that's their best defense. I think that's his best defense.
Hey, do you mind if I tweak you a little bit on local politics?
Sure.
Do you think Sarah Kay will actually come out of hiding to take the oath on New Year's Day? Will we see her? Will she actually be present? I just had to poke that stick at you. I know she's a nice woman, but good God, another mute. And I mean, everybody knows I like the mayor, and some people don't like that I like him. But this part of having mutes on the city council.
I gotta tell you, she's not a mute. She's very
we'll find
independent.
We'll find out.
And I think that she may give Noam some fix from here and there, but she is extremely shy.
I know that. I just got to have some fun here. I mean, it's Friday.
No, and deservedly so. But I got to tell you, though, I have spoken to her, and I remember when she decided to run, and I said, Sherry, this means you got to actually get in front of people. She says, I know, I hate this part of it.
Yeah, no, she does. Yeah, I know that. But that's why I said, will she show up, or will she have to take the oath via Skype?
But I tell you something. I think when people get to know her, they're going to really, really like her, and I'm hoping as it goes on, she will become less and less shy. But she is a very shy person.
Well, who's actually a nice person the few times she speaks is Liz Freed, is another one of the great silent majority.
I got to tell Liz is a very thoughtful.
No, I know that from talking, to be serious, but she's not one of those people like the Barrys and the Als that are out there,
She's not. And I tell you, here's something about Liz that people don't know. Liz was involved locally for 30 years. But she was always a behind the scenes person.
On the periphery.
That's what she's very bright, she's very thoughtful, very intelligent, and she was a great person behind the scenes, giving advice to people who were out there in front. She never wanted to be
speaking of,
one person.
Given the new salaries, I'm thinking of taking on Terry Clements at the next I may run for county legislator in 2 years. When is she up?
They just got reelected.
Too
so
bad.
You blew it.
I could be dead by the time this happens.
They raised. They're looking to raise it quite a bit. I understand.
You know who comes on with us every week? Speaking of Democrats, and again, I'm having fun, folks. The reason I'm having fun with him and just picking on him is A, it's a lot of fun to talk with Mitch, and B, He's a Democratic partisan and admits to being so. Do you know who comes on every week? Bless her soul. And I'm being totally selfish here because she comes on the show. I liked her when she ran. Martha Lopez is such a sincere woman. She's a piece of work, and she does come on with us every week.
I gotta tell you, Martha Lopez is the most enthusiastic.
Isn't she?
Person I've ever. I was talking to Martha. We're at a meeting, and I said, Martha, I don't know if you're going to win, but if enthusiasm plays any role in this, you're going to win in a landslide. I've never seen anybody more happy, more upbeat. I mean, this woman. I mean, she must get out of bed and just like. Are you kidding? This big smile. On her
she
face.
has the energy of a rabbit on crystal meth. I mean, this woman is everywhere.
But it's not just the energy. She's like happy and enthusiastic, and I'm saying, and I'm like looking at Martha and saying, really, I just need more coffee. It's just like
Mitchell. She may even like you.
I think she likes everybody. She is a pistol. She is
a piece of work. She is. Like I call up,
she's fun.
She thanks me for having her on, and she's very sincere, and she really cares about the West End, and she wore out a lot of shoes. She went door to door, person to person. She dragged people to the voting booths. It's good for her.
Yeah, and listen, let me just say, I am thrilled that she won. But let me just say this about Mr. Transgucci.
Yeah, thank you. He gave a lot of service over a lot of years.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We were on different sides of the aisle, but every time I saw him, a gentleman.
Yes, very much
How
so.
are you doing? How's the family? A true gentleman. He really cares about New Rochelle. He really cares about the West, his community. Am I glad? I'm a partisan. I'm glad Martha won. I think Martha's going to be great. But thank you, Lou, for
it was probably time.
Yes.
I'll always have a soft spot selfishly because he was the very first political candidate I ever spoke with 13, 14 years ago, whatever it was. And so he'll always have a place.
And you know what? Listen, I disagreed with him, but he was a straight shooter. He also, speaking about being a straight shooter, he's a scratch golfer. He is a great golfer.
No, he's probably the best golfer in town that we know of, unless there's some pros running around.
He may clearly be the best athlete ever on city council.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Well, listen, I've got to go. I've got other guests coming up. And for those of you who are watching on TV, the reason you saw me snicker had nothing to do with what Mitch said. But we have a handicapper. I don't know if you know that on our staff. And Jake Schaefer has his picks of the week and his lock of the week. Well, last night he gave 3.5 points in a football game. He lost by 0.5 point. So I held up this half point sign. He gave me a giant finger when he walked in.
Well, Bob. Speaking of football again, one more time.
Yes, sir.
Neuro.
Go Neuro.
Take it.
All
you.
right.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Go Knots. Don't play for naught. Play for something. That was Chris.
That's the worst cheer I've ever heard in my life.
What the heck do you want from me? You have to work anyway, so good. Let me put on the music. He's like one of Pavlov's dogs. All I have to do is do this, folks. He knows it's time for the weather now. What's the weather, Chris Conway?
The weather right now is 47 degrees along the Sound Shore. May get some
47.
May get some morning drizzle.
Drizzle.
It'll be gone by noon, though. High
Noon.
In the low 50s. Tomorrow, breezy, sunny, high 47. Maybe some evening rain. Sunday, periods of rain, 45 degrees. And Monday, partly sunny, high of 48. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. And as we head to the bottom of the hour, our programs today are supported by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com.
Also, Aging Issues Management, their offshoot Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena & Con, Dominic Cigars, excuse me, and we'll be hearing from them in a little while, and their picks of the week at 8 o'clock, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. Upcoming now, and we know we have him on hold, we're going to be talking with Steve Callis, one of our sports people. We'll be talking with him. He's the editor of sports for the Westchester County Post. There's presses, there's posts, there's journals, but this is the Westchester County Post. And right after that, the managing editor of the Westchester County Post, Janelle Albritton. Welcome to the program. We are the station at the New Rochelle train station. I am Bob Marrone. The program is Mornings with Bob Marrone. And we go to, no, he's on there. It's on there. We go to Steve Callis. Good morning, Steve.
Well, boy, you're going to be disappointed. It's not Steve.
Oh, this is even better. Did you hear us talking about you this morning?
No, I did not.
We put you in the news figuring that you were hopping around town, all kinds of happy. Congratulations.
Hockey.
Yeah, are you kidding? This is the biggest story in sports right now. That and the fact that Jake lost one of his bets by half a point. He came in with tears in his eyes. Sorry. What's on?
You know, the Islanders never, ever get any attention, even here in the metropolitan area. They're like a persona non grata, right?
Yeah.
But
not here. Not here. Not
here. I know. But the media now is forced to even have to mention what the Islanders are doing. It's incredible, Bob. The team 2 years ago allowed the most goals in the entire NHL.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, they allowed the fewest goals, and this year they're still number one, allowing the fewest goals.
Did you take a look, folks, even if you're not a hockey fan, you want to see what good coaching means, go to the NHL standings and look at goals against. No one else is even close. They're stingier than Chris.
Another interesting stat, and it goes across hockey and baseball and football, the difference between, points allowed and points scored, or goals allowed and goals scored. If you look at that stat, it'll always show you the top half of the league,
mm-hmm.
or top third of the league. It's an amazing, and it shouldn't be that amazing. It should make logical sense, right?
No,
if you score more goals than you give up, you're going to win games. It should make logical sense.
Lou Lamoriello. Well, that's what their team is still young, but yet they're inveterate and they play hockey the right way. It is a system. It's a game that requires systems. And no, you should be very happy with your team. I know I got a guess that I just had to deflect. If you had any other comments to make, I wanted to give you a moment. And also, you got...
Oh, no. I just wanted to call and say good morning, and, I'll defer to your guest.
No, well, before you go, not that we're the type to stir up animosity, but Mitchell was on.
No, not you.
No, Mitchell was on. Mitchell was on a little while ago, and he said you were shivering and you didn't get much sympathy from me. He said you were cold. Is that true?
I called him yesterday, Bob. I have not seen the sun since I left Aruba.
Good.
Really?
Good.
It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 3 days, no sunlight.
You know what I felt bad for you about?
What?
Your plan landed safely when you came home. Take care, Thomas. Thank you so much for the call.
I love you, Bob. Take care.
We love you, too. Thank you so much. Man, I'm still not over all those calls. What mean could be? And to Mr. Callis, I hope you're listening. Would you please call back? And by the way, Chris and I were working yesterday diligently for the next phase of what we're doing here. So we'll be able to put more calls on hold. We have 2 different lines, and we have to give out a special hotline to people who are regular guests. And then we will be putting calls on hold and all that other stuff that we radio stations do. We have been, and I think the expression is opening up in chapters the things that we do here. So please, I hope the people that call in do listen as well and take the cues. But 914-222 3141. All right. And now we're going to be talking with, and we had hoped to have this conversation when Callis was on the phone with Jake and have a little fun at his expense. Now, I did want to talk about something. Full disclosure, I'm on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. However, my responsibilities as a broadcaster are more important. This weekend, tomorrow, The 56th Annual New Rochelle Thanksgiving Day Parade brought to you by the Chamber of Commerce, Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's as good as it gets. The second largest parade in New York State every year. I ran this thing a few times, although the operative on it was always the executive. She's now the executive director from when I was there, Jennifer Lancer. And these people work their guts off along with the city of New Rochelle. It's a wonderful, wonderful event. And one of the things that they do now is they have balloons, just like they do in the big Thanksgiving Day parade down in New York, folks. And always leading the parade down is Mighty Mouse. Did you know that, Chris? Because Mighty Mouse was discovered here, was born here in New Rochelle.
I did not realize.
Yeah, that's why that's
such standing in the community.
Well, floating actually. He's not standing anywhere. Second largest parade. Afterwards, be sure to check out Beachmont in New Rochelle. They're always very involved in the parade. Beachmont Tavern. I always refer to them as the original levee. My Chevy took that's the levee, the Beachmont. Did you know that, Chris?
No, I did not.
From that song, yeah. Anyway, check out Beachmont in New Rochelle, Westchester's oldest eating and sports bar in town. And they have the best wings in town. But actually, you know what I like there? Ever tell you this, Chris? You know, you have all these burger joints. The best burgers in town are there, but they keep advertising their wings. I go in and I say, give me my burger, make it well done, but give me lots of sauteed onions. Mm-hmm. You know, and they're coming out, hair sticking out. Hey, the onions are sticking out the side where you could cut them with a scissors, but not have to have the scissors right here. You almost have to cut the onions off from the side, then I scoop it with ketchup. I don't want any of that other stuff. I don't want it diminished by lettuce and tomatoes. I want my onions, my burger, my buns, and you know I love buns.
Oh, I know that.
And then my ketchup, and I'm happy. I want when I bite in, I want the onions to squirt out, the ketchup to go all over the face, all over me even.
Is it healthy to be craving a burger at 7:45?
You know what the problem is? I get up so damn early. It's lunchtime. Sorry about that, folks. So, but be sure to check out Beachmonts in New Rochelle, Westchester's oldest eating. And by the way, they've got TVs and everything. Got 9 TVs. And whenever I do go in and there's a hockey game on, they let me watch it. I sit right there in the middle, except you can't sit in the very middle because you got the little thing for the beer. They have the hand like that, and you go like this with beer. It's always pulling that thing down. Beer, yes. Right? What are they, taps? Is that what they're called? Thank you, Jake. See that? Jake, by the way, is hiding in the corner. He's, please don't mention the half point that I lost. All right, what time is it? It's 7:45. We got somebody joining us in a while. Bud Polligan is an award-winning author and broadcaster, a Houston Astros fan. He's a miserable guy today, Jake. Astros cheating scandal, Major League Baseball today. He works there, Hall of Fame ballot. We'll talk about that football. Calling from Florida. What time is he calling, Jake?
Right around 8.
Right around 8. We'll talk with him at 8. Around the same time we're abusing you. You want to take a seat in about 5 minutes or so. We've not heard from our friends, and it's not like them, from our friends at the Westchester County Gazette. I'm going to change their name all the time, but I know they were busy. They had a gig last night, so that can account for it. In fact, we can't wait. We're going to talk to this guy at 8, so why don't you get in here now? Jake Schaefer, folks, he does a lot of different things. He develops sales leads. He produces segments. He's been very involved in helping us get this station rolling, and you get a chance to hear from him each and every day. And today, instead of beer from him, do you know what you're going to get? This is good. I thought of this, Jake. This is really good. Do you know what you're going to get from Jake right now? You're going to get wine. I like that. What?
It's not bad.
Let's see who's on the horn. Good morning. You're on Radio Westchester.
Good morning, Robert Marrone.
Oh,
and
my
Jake.
Goodness. It is the extremely lovely jazz singer, editor, videographer, healthcare professional, the managing editor. Don't you go anywhere, Jake. Yay! Managing editor of the Westchester County Post. Good morning, Janelle. How was your gig last night?
It was a lot of fun. It was at the Napoli Stone Mill, and there was a large function happening in the big room. So we were in the atrium room, and it was full. I mean, it was a couple open tables. I kept one open for you just in case, but we really had a good time. We had a few people sitting in. Dwight Dickerson on piano. He played at the bar. He also sat in on the drums. Gerald Bell stopped by, played drums for a few songs. We had Tony and Julo on guitar, and we had Charlie sing and play drums. And we just had such a good time. Oh, and Kat, Fred of John Smith.
Well, I'm gonna drag this whole crew out one Thursday night when you're singing. Folks, guys, this woman can sing, and she has a near perfect vibrato. I think I told you that when I saw you. Just really, when you extend your notes out, and it's really she can sing. She's the real deal.
Better than you, Bob? You have graced us with your dulcet tones on
There are
occasion this
frogs that can sing better than Anthony Galletta can sing better than I do, but that's okay. By the way, Anthony just walked in the studio. So, hey, it's great to hear your voice. So, congratulations. Where do you appear next? We got to give you a chance to plug that, folks. A local gift to our region. This woman can sing jazz in addition to being a journalist. Where are you next? When do you appear next?
Well, right now I'm on the calendar for Thursdays at the Napoli Stone Mill from 6 to 9 p.m.
Okay.
And I'm a duo with John Smith, and we just have such a good time, and people are welcome to sit in on piano, drums, bring their horns, sit in as a singer. We welcome folks to come in. And if folks come by and participate, they get half off their food.
Is that
and
right?
drink.
So in other words, if I come and I sing a song with you with my dulcet tones, I get half off on food? Don't look at me like that, Anthony. Some enchanted evening. Look, I just got a half free meal. See that? Okay, let's get to other business. Your newspaper. You've got two of them now. The Westchester County Post and the Mount Vernon Post. What's next? What's up? What's your top story? Speak to me, baby.
Well, so lately in sports, I've got a video on the homepage, just kind of a teaser. We're starting to do short videos with Steve Callis to kind of lead people into the longer videos, but we're doing every story twice, one very short, one more detailed. And the one that's up there right now is his commentary on Colin Kaepernick's quote-unquote tryout.
Yeah, Colin is being thought of even by people who are his supporters now as just being opportunistic, unfortunately. But maybe that's what he wants to do now. He wants to use his fame to be to be more or less a civil rights leader as opposed to a football player, because he didn't help himself get a job the other day. It doesn't seem like he really wanted to get one. At least that's what the zeitgeist out there among African American athletes as well as white broadcasters. So we'll see. But anyway,
well, I would encourage folks to see the video. I mean, having a tryout on Saturday as opposed to Tuesday is a major issue.
No one knows really why. I mean, anyone who knows anything about football like that. In fact, Jake, we'd ask you to weigh in. The only thing that matters, even though that was a public thing, is do the coaches and the quarterback experts, do they see if you have arm strength and movement? Jake, what could you add about that?
Can he win games?
Yeah, and that's the thing. But at any rate, tell us about the video.
Well, it's there's just a 30-second quick video on the homepage, WestchesterCountyPost.com. You scroll down. The second video on the homepage is Steve just giving a 30-second summary, and then there's a link to go straight to the full length video. So he goes into a bit of detail with that, and there are a few other videos coming up soon. I'm always trying to keep up with his incredible, prolific output.
Yeah,
so
he is. He writes, he speaks, he dances. He dances while you sing. Now, just an interesting, I don't know if you've been looking into politics with all the things you've been doing, but if I may, something that the former mayor who we had on and the current mayor-elect agree on, and whenever that is, that's something worth paying attention to. on the air the other day, Mayor-elect Sean Patterson Howard, who just seems to be getting off to a really nice start, is saying that she believes that there's criminality in the IDA and that she can't wait to look at it. And the old mayor agreed with her. And I think Andre Wallace does as well. So that's going to be very interesting to see what happened to the money there. And what we did not know is nobody's there. There's not even a trustee there now. There's not a leader or anything. The IDA is lying inert right there. Have you heard any of that?
I haven't heard any of what you just said. Well, that is me. Bless you. But
thank you. I backed away and turned off my mic, but it wasn't enough. I'm sorry. Thank you, though.
I did put in some requests for information when Rich Thomas was in office, and I got a number of letters stating that no information was available after January 2015. I got a bit of a runaround. I could send you copies of those letters.
Welcome to our world. That's how FOIA requests go everywhere. It's a law without teeth, I'm afraid. But yes, keep plugging though, my friend.
Well, it was after that the story broke that there was an $80,000 bonus given to Mayor Thomas's aide and Maria, and she quit shortly after that.
Wow. Well, we'll certainly look into that too.
That's one little fact that I know.
And we'll get Sean Patterson Howard to look into that. Well, they broke their deal with the mayor. We found out yesterday with Thomas. Do you remember? Well, part of his separation was a $35,000 payment. Now the city's reneged on that. I don't know why. I used to think a deal is a deal is a deal, but I guess in Mount Vernon there's no such thing as a deal, at least not yet. Sean Patterson Howard, though, I'm hopeful for her. I really am. I'm impressed by her. I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm impressed by her.
I think she has a very good track record of turning things around. What she did at the YMCA, Yonkers family, it was remarkable. I think maybe it's time for me to post the interview that I did with her.
I would say
I interviewed her last December, and when she said she certainly was not planning on running for mayor, and almost every time she and I talk, we laugh about that because she said, I really wasn't. I said, I believe you, because she really was not interested in running for mayor, but she, by the time the interview printed, she had thrown her hat into the ring.
Do you have to have a bigger you have to have a bigger ego, and that person I'm talking to is the managing editor and publisher of the Mount Vernon Post and the Westchester County Post, Janelle Albritton. It must have been a year ago, were the first person to come on one of my microphones and say you were impressed by her and you thought she could very well be the next mayor. And you were the first person to even bring her name up.
I was?
Yes, you are. You should brag about that a little bit. You forget these things.
Oh, I won't brag about it. I didn't know I was the first. I don't know who else is talking to you.
You were the first person to come into the arena of news and talk about her. I remember it very, very well. And you said, there's this woman, blah, 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 blah. And I said, oh, really? And I wasn't dismissive of it. I heard the name and, you were in the studio and we were having a good time. And what the hell do I know? So what else are you talking about? What are you writing about before we send you on your way?
Well, I'm starting to launch some nutrition classes in the community. I'm in conversation with Montefiore Hospital to offer workshops free of charge, where folks can just come and learn about juicing. I've been juicing now for about 2 years, and I've been researching, and now I'm ready to launch some classes to really share juicing with other folks.
What about smoothies?
I do smoothies every day. I love fruit smoothies in the morning. Before fruit smoothie, I juice celery juice. It's a huge trend for a good reason. I love Anthony William, medical medium. And I would also like to direct people to the documentary film Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead by Joe Croft.
Fat, Thick, and Nearly Dead?
It's a documentary of a man who traveled from New York to California with a juicer in the back of his car and just doing ad hoc free workshops all over the country.
That's interesting. Fat, thick. Well, there's a piece in the Week magazine, which does Health Scare of the Week, and there's a great concern now growing in the country, great concern about young people being overweight from the get-go now because of all the sugar and soda and things like that they consume. So, but the reason I mentioned smoothies too, I was reading that juicing and smoothing is good for you, but that smoothies are the best. At least that's what they said, because you've got elements of the fruit and you get certain antioxidants and it tastes. Now, can I ask you a question about celery juice without getting you angry at me, my dear friend? Does it taste good, or do you just?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, I'm so weak. Is it tasty?
I like it.
Celery
juice is an herb. It takes a little getting used to, but the thing about juicing celery is you cannot mix it with anything else for the maximum benefit.
Why? What does it not like other vegetables?
It's got some nice. Some special salt crystals in there.
Salt crystals.
And they just really work best on an empty stomach with nothing else mixed. So I do the celery juice, and then after about an hour, then I start doing the fruit smoothies. What I love about fruit smoothies...
Can I ask you a question? No, I can't let you. Do you ever just sit down and throw me bacon, eggs, and potatoes?
I was walking through a diner the other day, and someone was eating... waffles, and I could smell the waffles and the maple syrup, and I just thought, wow, that smells really good.
I'm sorry.
But I didn't want it.
Hold on. The mic just fell down and slammed me in the leg. Oh,
might I add? It was very funny.
No, it was funny. You think it's funny? Oh, Anthony, you did this. I'm sorry, Janelle, that we had this interruption, but I backed up to do something technical, and my mic is wobbly. There must be a pill I can take for that. Janelle, are you still?
A wobbly mic.
I have a.
Yes, we might need to do some celery juice for that.
No. That's like no. So what I wanted to know, and I got all upset about, is do you ever get up in the morning and get 3 scrambled eggs, throw in some bacon, give me some toast, throw some cheese on top of that? No.
Well, not anymore. I used to have 4 eggs every morning for breakfast, and people say it was crazy, but I got my blood checked. I never had high cholesterol.
Oh, well, just the eggs. No, the protein is good. Yeah, oh, absolutely. But from what I heard you before, you were saying... you were saying that you have smoothies and fruit juices and all of that for breakfast. This doesn't sound very exciting.
It's a lifestyle change. I mean, a fruit smoothie is not unlike a baked potato. A baked potato is very good for you. It's
I love a baked potato. I don't put stuff on there.
I just throw on sour cream and cheese and all that stuff.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that. See,
but one thing I want to point out is a lot of what ails us, which Anthony Williams talks about in his books, is that most of us have at some point been exposed to the Epstein-Barr virus, whether we know it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Whether we were diagnosed with mono or not.
It gets fun.
And the Epstein-Barr virus really travels through the system and gets into the internal organs and wreaks havoc. And one of the favorite foods for the Epstein-Barr virus is eggs. They actually use eggs to keep viruses alive in the laboratories. So it's a very simple food. It's easily digestible, which is why people like to eat it. But I'm trying to keep that Epstein-Barr virus load down. Wow. And so I look at an egg nowadays and I think I'm not going to feed the Epstein-Barr. I'm going to starve it.
I guess we'll leave with this compliment. I guess it must be working for you because you do look terrific. You're in great shape. Folks, please say thank you to Janelle Albritton, the managing editor and publisher of the Westchester County Post. And we'll talk to you again real soon. We have a breaking story. And we're going to get to that right away. The music. There we go. See, we got to get used to using. That's called a stinger, by the way, in the business, folks. But this is important. This is coming out of the school district of New Rochelle, and it was a letter to parents from Amy Maselli, and they sent it yesterday. I would like to inform you that while we are working to complete the investigation into Coach DiRienzo expeditiously, we recognize that it will not be completed in time for him to be at the game on Saturday. We understand that people are concerned that we have not met with Coach DiRienzo. We want... Oh, there's more stuff coming in. Just knock that down. One day I'm going to beat up these computer people. Please excuse me. We understand that people are concerned that we've not met with Coach DiRienzo. We want to let you know that we will be meeting with him on Monday, November 25th. As a matter of process, we will invite Marty Daly, president of Fuse, to accompany him in the process. This remains a top priority for our district, and we will keep you informed. So we know that they will meet on Monday.
It sounds like they don't want him coaching that game if they're scheduling this meeting on Monday.
As we discussed with Anthony before, who stopped in to see us, there's got to be a little bit more to this or less, and we're really not going to know. Well, we want to go to our man about town, and we're going to get a phone call in a moment from an individual who is a sports expert. But first, we go to Jake Schaefer, who his picks of the week. And the picks of the week are brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road, Larchmont. They're open 7 days. And the reason he gave me a bird before as I held this up, 1/2 point, his lock of the week, his big game. He guaranteed us last night. He put his wife up as bait.
Wasn't the lock.
I know, I'm just full of baloney. It was a bagel, not a lock. Okay, so talk to us.
Well, week 12, 13-8-1, lost last night by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah, we'll be right with you, sir. But okay, so go ahead.
All right, well, let's start with you, Bob, and at Giant Stadium with the Jets.
Yes.
What's going on?
Oh, no, a judge just waved at me through the window.
A lot going on here at the station.
There was a judge, a city judge.
For your, she coming for your arrest?
I didn't care there was a
Statuesque.
blonde. You notice. I'm looking out here, Anthony. I am innocent. Who pointed out that there was a blonde? You just go over there. You go ahead, Jake.
All right, Bob, let's start at Giant Stadium. You've got a little...
That's my lie. I got money on this. Cash on the barrelhead.
Got a little something. Bob, you must feel the Jets have something going. 2 straight wins, but over 2 dreadful opponents. Bob, I want my $10 bill new and crisp.
It'll be new and crisp. I will iron it for you.
Maybe run an iron over it. Give
the
me the
gaze
Raiders.
stare.
Give me the Raiders +3.
He's looking down the barrel of the gun and say, Raiders, you ain't got spit.
All right.
He's right now filling up a can of whip butt for them.
All right, let's go upstate next to Buffalo. The Bills are home with everything to play for. I don't trust the Bills yet, but I don't trust the Broncos. And the Bills are home, and they have a season to play for. The Bills are favored by 4 at home against the Broncos. Give me the Bills.
Okay, the Bills. So we've got 2. We need 1 more.
Finally, let's go to the nation's capital. The Lions are on the road and missing their $100 million quarterback, but I think the Redskins are the worst team in the NFL, and they have a quarterback who is not ready to play. Love the Lions' defense, and I love the Lions' backup quarterback.
Go ahead.
This is the lock of the week. The Lions on the road giving 3.5 against the lowly Redskins. So, to sum up, Raiders giving 4 against the Jets. Bills giving 4 at home against the Broncos. Lions on the road giving 3.5 against the Redskins. Your picks in week 12.
Okay, give us the summary of the picks. These are Jake's picks of the week. Go ahead, Jake. One more time. No, that's the detail. I want the summary now.
Raiders favored by 3 against the Jets. We've got $10 on that one. Bills favored by 4 at home against the Broncos. Lions on the road favored by 3.5 against the Redskins.
All righty, Jake's picks of the week, and he started with 1 foot in the hole. He lost last night by a 0.5 point. Now, I want my $10. I want 10 singles. So when you lose Monday, you bring 10 crisp, dry singles right in here. You got that? All right, I know we got our guest is on the phone, but when we come back after the guest, we will have Jake's Francesa story. Jake, do you want to introduce our guest, or shall I?
Sure. It's Bud Poliquin, the award-winning writer and broadcaster stationed out of upstate New York. I believe he's in Florida today, though, right?
He is in Florida. Bud, good morning and welcome to the program.
Hey, Bob, it's Steve Callis on hold.
Oh, no, Steve. I'm sorry. I thought you were Bud. You missed your hit. We're on to another guest. Okay. So we'll get back to you and we'll bring you back. Sorry to put you on hold. What was that weird noise? That I've heard that noise before. The kick. What are you looking at me like that for? So we're waiting for this other gentleman to call, and you gave him the other number. Oh, we're calling him.
Well, he said he's sort of on hold right now.
Did you give him? He is.
I gave him the number you gave me.
914. Don't read the rest of it out. He says he's on hold, huh? He may have been switched to voicemail. Text him, tell him we'll call him. Meanwhile, you guys talk nonsense. You're good at it.
Chris,
Say
what
something.
do you got going on this weekend?
I actually agree with you with your lock of the week. I think the Lions are just going to crush the Redskins. I mean, watching that game last week versus the Jets, Haskins isn't ready. They can't move the ball. The Jets lit him up. And as you say, Detroit's backup quarterback, not terrible.
I like him a lot. I'm actually going to use him a bit in DraftKings this week. Very affordable.
Yeah, I would imagine. He runs the ball.
He runs. He'll get you the yardage.
Mm-hmm. I am, though, hoping you lose your I hope Bob wins. The only time I hope success ever comes to Bob is when the Jets
Is that nice? Here I am, broadcasting magic behind the thing here in the corner.
That was magic that was going on?
I hate both of you. This is Anthony came in just to flaunt me today. He was great this morning. And we thought he was going to pop a blood vessel over the hearings. All righty, it is time. Once again, this is Radio Westchester, the station at the New Rochelle train station. You can listen on Instagram and watch us, Facebook, YouTube, Periscope. I probably didn't even mention a few. And we're on all the major podcast sites as well.
Or you could just come knock on the window and watch the show
that was
that
a
way.
Judge, that was a real judge. Judge Susan Kettner said hello, waved in. All righty, Bud Poliquin, and I hope I pronounced it correctly, an award-winning author and broadcaster, and he's very depressed today because he's also a Houston Astros fan. Without further ado, now that we sorted out our technology, Bud Poliquin, welcome to the broadcast, sir. How are you?
Gentlemen, I'm fine. Thanks for having me on.
Oh no, the pleasure's ours.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now do you know Jake? How do you know Jake? Was it a misfortunate accident, or what's the story there?
It was. Jake was my shortstop once upon a time, and the truth of the matter is that whatever he said of his baseball skills are probably true. He was a pretty good ball player.
Could he pick it?
Once upon a time.
Could he pick it?
He could. He was one of those, good field, no hit kind of guys, but he was a pretty good player. Played short. He batted pretty high in the batting order for me, I guess I could say. So I knew him from back when he was an athlete and not a radio star.
Well, you know what's weird about this? He's sitting here. He's preening like a peacock. I mean, oh, yes, of course. How could he not say that about me? It's no, but he's a tall guy. Are you telling me that he didn't have any power, though, with the little skinny arms? No, he has that.
He kept it on this side of the fence. He didn't lose too many baseballs.
But, I'm glad you brought up fielding. We have a guy in town, and his name is, we all know him as Butter. He was such a great ball player here in New Rochelle High School and then on to college. And I think he played some minor pro. He was such a great fielder. He just made the New Rochelle Sports Hall of Fame as a fielder. And we call him Butter. Imagine that. So that's a great thing.
How many guys would you figure are in Cooperstown based solely on their gloves?
He was anointed solely because of his glove. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep. And that was his nickname, Butter. Imagine that.
Wow.
But by the way, go ahead. He's moaning.
Bud, how many guys would you figure are in Cooperstown based solely on the glove?
Ozzy.
Wow, that's a good question. You've got me.
Mazeroski.
You got me stumped. But I would tell you this. Though we ended up with a lot of career hits, a guy who I think deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, who is known solely for his glove, although he did have a lot of hits simply because of longevity, was
Biggio?
Omar Vizquel. Omar Vizquel. He was one of my favorite players to watch, and largely because of his glove.
All right, now you've got me remembering, and I don't know your age, and I never ask people their age on the air. It's best to stay healthy, but there was a great shortstop that finished up in Oakland. God, he played for the White Sox for many years. He was so known for his glove. It'll come to me.
It wasn't Nellie Fox, was it?
No, I mean, Nellie Fox was the second baseman, but Nellie could hit. It was a Latino.
Louis Aparicio?
Yes, Louis Aparicio.
That's right.
Aparicio. Wait a minute. Aparicio ended up with Oakland? Really?
Yeah, I believe he
I know
did.
he was with Boston.
Yeah.
I know he was with Boston towards the end.
I thought
but no, Louis Aparicio. You may be right. I don't know. But anyway, Louis Aparicio, I grew up in Chicago. So before moving to Iowa, before moving to Connecticut, before moving to San Diego, before moving to upstate New York.
Good
and
grief.
So I grew up with Aparicio and Nellie Fox in my childhood memories.
Okay, give me a shortstop for the White Sox, because I could have the wrong guy. Another Latino. When you say it, I will remember it. Aparicio sounds right, but there was another guy, and he really finished up with Oakland just before they became great. My brain tends to work with things percolate from my toes. It may get up to my brain.
I'm stumped because I'm stuck on Campaneris. And
that's it. That's
it. Bert Campaneris.
Yes.
Okay. I don't believe Campaneris was with the White Sox. I think he was pretty much an Oakland Athletic. But
I'm old.
You may have it. But anyway, Campy is the guy we're talking about.
Yes.
He's the guy who threw the bat. Remember?
Yes, that's what I was just thinking of. He did throw the bat
and threw the bat.
He was a guy that
and
could.
When you think of it, when you think of it, by the way, that's one of my favorite little things. Get this: Campaneris is a villain forevermore, because he took his bat and threw it at the pitcher because he was mad at the pitcher, and now he's a villain forevermore.
Yeah, that's
ridiculous. But when you think of it, when the pitcher is mad at the batter, it's perfectly legitimate for the pitcher to throw his weapon of choice, the baseball, at the batter.
Well, yes.
I wonder why can the pitcher throw a ball at a hitter, but a hitter can't throw a bat at the pitcher?
Well, Johnny Roseborough tried to do it himself and took a bat to Juan Marichal, as you remember. By the way, since you go back to that time as I
wait a minute. Roseborough was the victim, not the
Well, no. Look, I'm a Dodger fan, or was then. You remember he threw the ball back and it ticked Marichal's ear. He nicked his ear. So but he was the victim of the bat, and you're right. Juan Marichal was the guy wielding the bat. You make a point, but I did want to two things. Number one, was there anything more beautiful than watching either Sandy Koufax or Bob Gibson pitch? What
was cool about Gibson, and at this point I don't even know if it's true, but I've chosen to believe it's true, that they talk about tough guys in baseball, and sometimes it's a little bit blown up and sometimes it's not, but as I understand it, Gibson actually pitched an inning or two or whatever with a broken leg, that he had a line drive off of his shin or some such.
Yeah, he had a bone stick. He had a small fracture. I read his book.
They came to get him out. Yeah, they came to get him out. He said, "Get off the mound," and he stayed in there with like a broken shin for a couple of innings.
Now, tell these young guys: did you ever see? And by the way, meet Chris Conway, does traffic, weather, all those kinds of things with us. Did you ever see a ball come off a table better than Sandy Koufax's? I mean, there were guys that could throw well, and Sutton had a really good curveball, but did you ever see anything like that since?
Well, no, and what made it extraordinary is that he can turn around, and after buckling you, then he could blast one past you. So he had this combination where, it wasn't really fair, and it wasn't for those. He was only He was Sandy Koufax for like 7 years?
Yeah, 6-7 years.
And so extraordinary were the 7 years that nobody even pauses to think, does he really belong in the Hall of Fame? Because he was only Sandy Koufax.
No, he was ridiculous
for 7 years. But that's how good he was, and that's how good that curveball was, and that's how explosive that fastball was. That 7 years of it gets you in the Hall of Fame without a peep.
And do you remember the way he folded off the mound as if his body was created? It was like a pitcher. He just folded elegantly off the mound, and it wasn't like a big grunt. His hat came off, and the ball then just exploded out of his head.
But I also,
Go ahead, I'm
sorry. What I also like that I am not the old guy on the porch, with a clenched fist. But what I also liked is after he would do these remarkable things, he would just walk off the mound.
Yeah, it was a beautiful thing.
There's
No
none
drama.
of that. Look at me. Look what I just did. He just did it and he walked off the mound.
One more item for you to comment on. Then we want to learn a little bit about you. Of course, we're talking with Bud Poliquin, an award-winning author and broadcaster. I still shake my head at the year Bob Gibson had 11 shutouts. That's absurd. That's not fair. That's just not fair. It's ridiculous.
Well, again, I don't have it in front of me, but if you look back at his year and the years those guys had that, what really blows me away are the complete games that these guys used to have. I mean, today, honestly, if you, and I'm not. This is the truth, as we all know. If you have 2, 3 complete games in a year,
it's amazing.
You're a workhorse.
Yeah,
you're a workhorse. If you have 200 innings, you're a workhorse. And back then, if you had 35 starts, you were expected to finish 20 to 25 of them. And you were expected to push 300 innings, not 200 innings.
I just reread one of Dave Javecki's books, the guy who lost his arm to cancer.
I knew him. I covered the Padres.
The game before the game where his arm actually fell off, if you will, he was upset that he only pitched 8 innings or 7 innings. Extraordinary guy, and even coming back from a broken arm, he was expected to pitch a full game. He was paid. They were paid then to struggle and get the win. Very interesting stuff. Hey, listen, I don't want to let you go without learning a little bit more about you. And I got another guest coming up in 2 minutes. And Bud, tell us about what you're doing now, and then about the Astros problem.
All right. Well, you may remember the football coach Bum Phillips from the Houston Oilers.
Sure, I do.
And they asked him what he did once he stopped coaching. He said, "I don't do nothing. I don't do nothing, and I don't start before noon."
Oh,
that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. But do not even suggest. Do not suggest that I'm retired. I am, in fact, reimagined, not retired.
You're reimagined.
Yes,
are you?
I am not
my
retired.
guess is you're writing. You writing any books, anything like that?
No, not yet. I've only recently stepped out of the fray, so to speak, and I'm still kind of contemplating my navel at this point.
Let me deal with an internal matter, if I may. Jake, you just put a hobo on the phone. He's collecting quarters at the bus stop. What are you doing?
Answer for Nichols.
Well, hey, that's pretty close to being the truth.
Right? We got to have you back. This is lovely. Before you go.
Hey, wait a minute. Just as much as Jake didn't hit, I don't now work, okay?
Okay.
Fine hitter.
Oh, he's over here preening again. Before you go, very quickly, I got a guest that I got to get to. Bob.
Okay.
The Houston Astros, how much trouble are they in?
Well, I think they're in big trouble, but this has nothing to do with the fact that I'm an Astros admirer. I don't know that I'm a fan as much as I admire their team and the way they play. I mean, the Springers of the world and the Correas of the world, Altuves, etc., and of course Bregman and all that. I mean, what a club it is, and it's pretty close to a perfect club. But anyway, I mean, look, did they cheat? Apparently, yes. Are they tarnished? Absolutely, yes. Should they have the World Series asterisk? Probably. If we do it to Bonds and these people, why not to the Astros and the World Series? Is a punishment coming? Yes. But not to get, too Alan Alda on you, but I do think that it's my opinion that what they did and how they handled the Brandon Tubman thing.
Well, yeah.
I think they should be slapped around as much for that as for what they're doing now. And I understand it's two different issues. One is a baseball matter and one is a cultural matter. But the Tubman thing, I think they should be mortified by.
Yes.
And this stuff here, it's been going on in a different fashion.
Oh, God, it's been going on forever. Listen, we have to go. Two things. Tell us the GoFundMe page, because I know you don't have any money, and I don't want you by the bus station again, number one. And number two, Jake is sitting here with a smirk on his face. Jake, say hello. Say goodbye to your buddy.
Thanks, Bud. Be in touch.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Bud Poliquin,
Jake.
We'll get you back sooner for a longer time. We're going to have a lot of fun with this stuff. Bud Poliquin, everyone.
I could talk more about the Astros.
Oh, we want to hear that. Thank you so very much. What a great hit. All righty, we will now move to our next guest, and we teased this guest early. If you are getting ready to sign up for Medicare, or you're getting those letters as I did, take a look at United Healthcare's Advantage plan, or this plan, or that plan. The date is coming up. We have an expert with us. Please listen up. Chuck Swenson, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are we doing?
Pretty good. I just had a crazy sports guy on. Sorry to hit you a minute late, but
That's
you,
okay.
I'm one of those people that had a health care plan, and I've been inundated with letters. Do you want to change? Do you want to switch your Medicare? But it's important. Tell us why it's important. Tell us what the deadline is. Tell us who you're with and how we can get more information. Get rolling.
Absolutely. So, yes, I'm with United Healthcare, and you are right. The deadline is December 7th, so it's coming fast. And if you've gotten those letters and those notifications, you know that you have a handful of days to make some type of change if you're looking for that. What I would tell you is you got to take a few minutes and see what is changing with the plan that you have if you're in one right now, because they can change from year to year. And if they change, well, then you want to see, is your situation, are you set up for the next year for 2020? And a lot of people will find peace of mind once they go through those steps.
Well, absolutely. Now, full disclosure, as it should turn out, and this isn't just to enhance your hit, this is the truth. I was on the phone yesterday with United Healthcare, and they walked me through the plan. I have the F plan, and they walked me through comparing the plan for myself. They even got down into what my doctors were, what medications I took, and helped me make a decision. So tell your bosses or whomever that you got a happy client on this. And I kept what I had, but I knew the options. And that's what I need you to talk to people about. Tell them about the options that they have, like Advantage, for example, which your company has. It virtually doesn't have a lot of costs up front. In many cases, none, but you do have copays.
Yeah. So depending on the plan that you're looking at, and you're absolutely right, there are lots of different plans that we offer. And the idea behind that is that each individual is going to be a little bit different. So if you're having those discussions with someone from United Healthcare or whoever your connection point is for your plans, you're right. You want to go through your doctors. You want to go through, make sure if you have medications that you need. But the cost piece, I mean, that's interesting. A lot of people will look at the premium that they may pay on a monthly basis. And that's important, but what you really want to look at, especially in those Medicare Advantage plans, what is the maximum out of pocket that I would have to pay through that full year? That opportunity is really important because many people are managing their budget for that next year, and they want to know, worst case scenario, if something happens, what will it cost me? And the Medicare Advantage plans actually have a cap on that, so a lot of people look to those plans for that reason alone.
Well, they do, and the other reason they look at those plans is if you don't go to a lot of specialists a lot, it was a plan that looked good. If it was a plan where you have specialists or you have a spouse that goes to the doctor a lot, it may not. So it's really important. When's the deadline?
The deadline is December 7th, so it's coming quickly here through the Thanksgiving holiday, so it's coming quickly.
It is coming quickly. Now, if you would, what would you encourage people to do? I've been almost doing too much of the pitch here because I believe what you're doing so much. But give me your thumbnail. What's the pitch? What do you want people to take away from this conversation?
Yeah, it's great. So a couple of quick things. Number one, you got to take the time here and find that peace of mind before December 7th. Number two, it's really good to look at your options, like what you did. Take a look at what your needs are and see what type of plan is best for you, whether it's a Med-Sup plan or a Medicare Advantage plan. And finally, if you're looking for more information, finding that peace of mind, we have some great resources. If you go to uhcmedicarehealthplans.com, that's uhcmedicarehealthplans.com, we have some great resources to help you in the moment.
Okay. Where can we get more information?
So, as I said there, that the uhcmedicarehealthplans.com is the best place to go, whether you're looking to see what plans are available or just see what your options are moving forward for 2020. I would start people right there.
Well, thank you very, very much. You bring good information at a very important time. Thank you so much for your input.
Yep, and thank you for yours too. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. Folks, please take this seriously. This is very important. If you have to go on a Medicare plan, that is something you need to do. We're going to go to the weather with Chris, and then we're going to come back with the Francesa fact of the day. But first, let's get the weather from our good friend, Chris Conway. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Bob. Right now it is 46 degrees here in New Rochelle. The rest of the day we may have some morning showers. gone by noon, early afternoon. Highs will get into the low 50s. Tomorrow, breezy sun, high 47, maybe some evening rain. Sunday, periods of rain, 45 degrees. Monday, partly sunny, high in the upper 40s. And weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. Voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. You may want to get Jake back in the dock for his wonderful presentation of Francesa Facts of the Day. The bottom of the hour coming up right now is brought to you by our friends at United Hebrew. United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management, their offshoot, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Khan. Plug-in virtual reality and Dominic Cigars. And once again, we remind you that this week's football picks by Jake were brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. I got one right here. It's a cigar, see? Yay, what is this? Let me see what it is. It's a special reserve Hatchery? Kucha? What is that?
It's an expensive cigar.
What would this cost me in the normal world?
Well, since you're Bob Marrone, probably it'd be on the house, but to a normal human being, a normal citizen, probably $15, $20.
Hey, I can resell these puppies. Folks, would you like to buy? Go to my website. Thank you very much, Jake. Jake likes cigars. Jake, it's time. And let me give you some new music here. It is time for the Francesa. The Francesa Fact of the Day, brought to you by Jake Schaefer himself.
Well, like I've been telling you, the Francesa Facts, the cupboard is getting bare.
We like bare.
Gonna do a little research this weekend, but here's today's Francesa Fact of the Day. Mike's longtime driver Julio is a lifetime San Francisco 49ers fan.
Wait a minute. He has a driver? He's one of these guys that he took that after Imus. Imus and Stern always had drivers. And it always became part of their program. Brand for Imus and Ronnie, the limo driver. And I guess he's got Julio.
Julio, lifetime 49ers fan.
What did he make? Do you know? What were they paying Francesa?
I think around $3 million a year.
I'm doing the wrong thing. I need to do sports.
Well,
Let's do more sports.
I don't think he needs a driver much anymore because I think most of his broadcasts
are done from home.
Come from his basement.
You know, we'll be doing some stuff remotely too, and I get that. But there's something though about the physicalness of having people in that adds energy. It really does. Chris, what say you? You've been doing this a long time.
No, I agree. I found that when people do shows on the phone, it's not the same vibe.
No, it isn't the same vibe.
People in the room talking to each other, seeing each other.
You feed off it, and like it was fun. Like Anthony, he had some business in town, so he was on the air 3 hours ago, and he just poked in to the studio to make fun of me and gave me a mint, which I forgot to take out of my mouth. I said, I can't pronounce words. I'm having a stroke, and it turned out I had a.
I don't know how much I can say, but a friend of mine works in construction, and he actually built a studio in a mansion for one of our most beloved broadcasters.
Oh, there's a lot of that. In fact,
ISDN lines.
Yeah, what you would find is, there I am. What you would find is that some of the great ones, what Rush Limbaugh, and again, forget his politics. He was one of the great broadcasters, no question about it. He built his own studio, but not in his house. He likes to get out, and he has his, I forget the Snerdley is his board op. And what's interesting about Rush, he rarely has anybody in person. He does almost everything over the phone, and it works for him. The other guy who has a studio in his house, in fact, he won an award, an organization I used to be part of, but then it became Talkers. He won their freedom of speech thing, and he wouldn't even fly out to New York to get the award because he has his studio in his seaside house out in San Francisco. Say what you will about Sean Hannity. Again, politics leaving it out. Another great broadcaster. He does it in studio, in home, and then he goes and does a TV show. I don't know where he gets the energy from. And where I have mixed feelings about Sean, now there's a guy who clearly has decided to throw in league with the president and leave truth by the side of the road. But there is nobody nicer to other broadcasters than him. mean, you could be a liberal.
I've heard various. In fact, we had Jovan C. Richards in here the other day.
Yeah.
Big time Democrat operative. Says Sean Hannity's the nicest guy.
No,
you'll
he
meet.
will. No, there's a guy out in California. I forget, Carol Miller, I think her name is. I forget, Stephanie Miller, who is a far left host, and they're great friends. He really has helped her with her career, and every year we would have these parties. The only thing about Talkers and why I left it was the same people every year. And one of the problems that it stopped being a conference, and they started kissing the butt too much of the radio companies and having executives on. You'd be sitting out in the crowd, and you knew these people were pieces of garbage, and they still praised them. And it was filled with, if I may, a little too many oh wows. So I finally left it. And and I hate even criticizing other people in the radio, but it really did become that. Like, I worked for a company that I have an agreement with them, but I worked for the worst company in the history of radio, and not my old job. It's not, people, I just left it because it had nothing to do with privately owned WVOX, which had a mission to do right things by people. But I work for a company, and I've always said this of them, that somewhere there is a person who's had a terrible accident, and their brain has been hurt, and their ability to articulate and make decisions has been compromised, and their ability to get around has been curtailed, and their ability to have cognitive thoughts has been halved. Somewhere that person is running a company better and more effectively than the company I once worked for in this business. So, and it was right after I was fortunate enough to get away from these quasi-competence, when they had the guy responsible for all of it. And they treated him like was the be-all and end-all, that God just came off the wood now. And anyway, enough said about that before I get myself in trouble. But this was an interesting thing. And again, without mentioning their names, this was a place. I worked at a radio station where all we had was one mic flag for the whole place.
Wow.
Oh, I'd bring my own printer for a year.
Really?
For real, yeah. Plus, I had hundreds of millions of dollars, my own printer. And twice, not once. It's really funny. The radio business is a pisser, folks. Two times, I came in the morning and my furniture was missing from my office. The person that ran the region would visit, and if that person took a liking to something, she'd just say, put it on a truck.
Really?
And, twice. They did that twice. And it's the truth. And I'm not mentioning names, so nobody can get me in trouble. All righty, we are waiting. The good doctor should be calling any minute. Nope, he can't. No, I'm good. We should hear from Dr. Sternberg in just a moment. Radio's like that. And it was actually, the actual station itself was a hoot. I loved working there, but the people that ran that company, oh my God. And I've been around in enough places where no one will know. I've done a show. In fact, I did one show from home out of San Diego, by the way. I was on another, I can't say the network, and then I was with this other big company, blah, blah. Anyway, it's just the nature of the beast, but most of my time, fortunately, has been spent in this wonderful region. All right, let's look at what's coming up. Jake is still crying. Dr. Victor Sternberg will join us momentarily. We have a lot to ask him about. He is, of course, the man who hosted a show for many years on several radio stations, Politics and Your Health. He's not doing the show right now because he's teaching. I'm very involved in teaching dentistry. He's a periodontist by trade, Dr. Victor Sternberg, but he joins us every Friday for 30 minutes, sort of like a momentary reprise until he comes back and does his own show, Politics and Your Health, where I was very fortunate for years to co-anchor with him, which was a lot of fun. And then, of course, Hezi Aris. So, you know what? Doc, I know that was quick. We will call you, okay? Does that work? All righty. Chris, take over.
Yes, Bob. It is. What time? It is 8:35 here on Radio Westchester as Bob works his many gadgets of technology, trying to get our next guest on. Let's run through the weather one more time. It is 47 degrees here in New Rochelle. It'll get up to about 53 today. May have some morning drizzle, nothing too bad. It'll be gone by the early afternoon. Tomorrow, breezy, sunny, high 47, maybe some evening rain. Sunday, periods of rain, highs in the mid-40s. Monday, it's partly sunny,
48 degrees. But let's not think about Monday. We have a whole weekend to look forward to first. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. Voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. As we enter now the bottom of the hour, Chris, would you get that rope away from Jake? He lost his bet last night by 0.5 point. He's near suicidal, folks. He's holding his little fingers together just like that. Actually, nice job and a great get with that guest, Jake. Thank you so very much. Well, we've already talked about him. I don't know if he was listening. I said many too kind words for this man, and I've come to admire him. He's not just a really good dentist or a really good medical advisor. He's a very cerebral, very thoughtful human being. And I'm proud to call him my friend at this point. We did radio for so long. Please welcome Dr. Victor Sternberg. Good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Good morning, Bob. Thanks for those nice words.
Well, you deserve them. We've had many long conversations, even after the shows that we did, about life, liberty, and the pursuit of impeachment. Doctor, I want to start out, obviously, with health stuff. And again, I reminded folks that we're sure you'll be doing this again one day, but longtime host of politics, anchor of politics and your health. He focuses on, and still does, on prevention. We had someone on earlier, Doctor. She has one of these. You met her before, Janelle Albritton, who has a degree in public health, and she was talking about the weight problem and the health crisis. There was a piece, you probably saw it in the news aggregate The Week, about young people. The powers that be are actually getting alarmed at how overweight young people are.
Yeah. Yes.
What can we possibly do, or is all lost?
Bob, you're talking about the human condition, changing the human condition. And, we tried regime change in Iraq. It didn't work too well. Changing people's individual behaviors is probably the biggest health challenge we face. And if I had easy answers, I wouldn't be on the radio with you. I'd be in the White House. So the issue is really...
No, you would not. You're too honest to be in the White House. Go ahead.
You're probably right.
Fake news! Sorry. Go ahead.
I've taken care of patients for so many years. And the one thing I've observed about changing one simple behavior, which is not complicated, how to clean your teeth, okay? Here's what it took to change behavior. A total commitment on behalf of the staff and myself. Repetition in the interest of the patient's well-being. That mentality is the only way the health profession can make a difference. It cannot be the current model where we prescribe and then operate. And unfortunately, that is the way our system is run. And on the other hand, the other side of the coin is, Bob, our society is so fraught with advertising of every sort to get us to do the things that are not good for us. It's very difficult in a free enterprise system where we have freedom of speech to change behaviors. We've tried for decades to get rid of smoking, and yet we have this huge epidemic now in vaping. So we have an issue that's essentially the human struggle, and it relates not just to health. It relates to educational standards, to ethical standards in government, as we could talk about. I'm concerned that our country has become fairly satisfied. We've conquered the great challenges of building a society. How do you create discipline in people? How do you get people to do the right thing? And actually, my little blog today will be about that kind of stuff. So the answer is, Bob, you know what? I give patients books on diabetes. I counsel people and send them for chest x-rays. I counsel them to stop smoking. One man, a commitment. It's not common. It's a reflection of my belief system, but it doesn't permeate the healthcare system, and that's the issue, in my opinion.
Well, now tell us a little bit about the blog and where people can find it, because you still have a lot of fans that listen every week now that you're with us. And where is your blog? Is it on your Save My Teeth website?
It's on my website. Look under articles for patients. I'm posting the one I sent you last time. Mm-hmm. I've revised it a little bit.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Why smart people make dumb choices. And I'm going to post this one about healthcare. I want to go over a couple of things if you have a moment, Bob.
Please do.
touch on a couple of things. And it does touch on behavior. And this is an interesting group of medical issues. Number one, there's been a rapid rise significantly in deaths in this country and the incidence of anal cancer.
I saw that. Please elaborate, doctor.
This disease, 90% of which is caused by a virus transmitted during sexual behavior. The change in the mores and anal sex, unprotected sex, promiscuity, has resulted in the spreading of this virus causing anal cancer.
Jesus.
And again, these issues that we have, and I'm not here, I'm not a moralist, I'm not going to stand on a platform and tell people, about their sexual lives, but just be aware that there's no free lunch and your activities have consequences.
Doctor, if we were, if I may, if we were less puritanical, for example, you mentioned, and we're adults here, this is an adult show, you mentioned anal sex. Now, there are some stations, if I mention that, the PDB clobbering me about the head. Not my last one. That's not an aspersion. Because, oh, God, you can't say that on the air. But unless we become less puritanical and talk about these things, it is now a common sexual practice. The real issue isn't what. It's what before. Is it not? It's not using protection. It's being promiscuous.
Absolutely.
I mean, husbands and
Absolutely.
wives and same-sex lovers have been doing that act since time immemorial, and not for good or ill, whether you believe it or not or like it or not, they've done it and they're fine. The issue is taking care of your health.
Taking care of your health and preventing, safe sex. It's not very sexy, and it doesn't get a lot of, people want to do what they want to do. But just be aware that this issue is an issue that's going to continue to increase in our society. We've become a society where, in some sense, we're extremely sexualized. On the other sense, we can't even talk about it.
Yeah,
so it's an interesting dichotomy in how we deal with life. Just like I've spoken about children getting inoculated for the herpes virus that causes oral cancer, and probably this kind of cancer as well, getting boys and girls inoculated early on before they're sexually active.
Yeah, and the greater incidence of throat cancer among men because of their acts.
It used to be throat cancer, and cancer of the back of the throat was related to two things, smoking and alcohol. Now the predominance is sexual transmission of a virus.
Now, doctor, let's go there for a bit about anal sex and the problems. Isn't that the result of the human papillomavirus, and then it morphs into cancer?
Virus, that's the virus that causes this, and it's endemic. Many people carry it, and you just remember that it's the more partners you have, and the more unprotected sex you have, you markedly increase your possibility of you obtaining the virus. This is not rocket science. This is human behavior at the most base level. And, should we talk about it? Yeah, they should be. There should actually be some advertisements, continual advertisements about inoculating your children, about behavior, safe sex, and there should be an article, and the AMA should run one.
Dr. Sternberg, why don't we add that to the list of inoculations? Maybe before a child leaves high school, that's an inoculation that they should get.
Absolutely, but we get into we're fighting getting the measles inoculation.
Yeah. God will be upset.
I mean, we live in a funny society. We believe in freedom, and we want to do what we want to do, and yet when the consequences come down, did you know that 5,000 people died this year of measles in Africa in one of the countries, more than Ebola?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a preventable disease. It's a tragedy. Certain things are not preventable, Bob, but so many of our diseases, and I want to go on to another activity.
Please do.
You'll indulge me. So there was just a report came out by a long study done on the treatment of heart disease.
Yes.
And a study was done, a 4-year study, taking people who had demonstrable chest pain and who had blockage of their arteries and were candidates for a stent or bypass surgery.
Mm-hmm.
They divided the 5,000 people plus into two groups. One group got medication, usually a statin. They got a regimen of exercise and dietary advice. The other group got either a bypass surgery or a stent. The groups there was no difference in the incidence of death or heart attacks in either group.
Well, you know what bothers we lay people, doctor, and maybe you can enlighten us. We'll read where Joe Blow doesn't have any blockages. He has a great blood pressure, low statins, and he gets a heart attack because some clot. I mean, how much of it is a crapshoot anyway, as opposed
Some
to taking
of it
care?
is a crap, Bob. Some is a crapshoot, but by and large, most of the bypass surgery and most of the stents are being placed in clogged vessels, and at an enormous cost. I once mentioned my son, who has had number of procedures done in the last couple of years, stents in his legs, went to the NYU clinic where they have just a stent lab, and there were about 25 patients for the day there. And his procedure took 2 hours, and the bill was $55,000. The hospital, it lives and grows on doing these procedures.
It's a factory.
And the problem is, Bob, this is the essential problem, that you're asking on one hand people to change their lifestyle. Difficult, right? You know that better than I do. The second thing you're asking is the medical establishment to move towards a less invasive, more preventive-oriented standpoint, philosophy. Difficult to do. Someone's got to pay the bills. And we're running into the system, which is really complicated because there are so many people at one end who are pushing, will justify. They'll tell me about a patient that didn't get a stent and died, and it becomes anecdotal, not evidence-based. And this is a very powerful evidence-based study, and believe me,
Absolutely.
a lot of cardiologists are not happy about it.
8:48, we're talking with Dr. Victor Sternberg, longtime host of Politics in Your Health. We're going to talk about teeth in a little bit. I have something for him. He is a periodontist by trade. And you know, the curse of Dr. Sternberg is he's so persuasive that I cannot brush my teeth without seeing your face, doctor, when I'm using my water pick or my floss. At any rate.
That's my mission. That's my mission.
I hate you. Anyway, about what we're talking about. Particularly when it comes to heart problems. I've always said this, and I know you kind of agree with me, but the cost, there's got to be a better way to screen, and there's got to be a more assured way of, because people are walking around with time bombs and just don't know it.
Absolutely.
And it's scary.
Well, there is a virtual angiogram which can be taken it's taken with X-rays, and it does have a very high degree of predictability that there is or is not blockage of the arteries. It has one downside: there's some radiation involved. However, there are no false negatives. In other words, it may find something wrong that is not wrong, so that you may get involved with treatments you don't need. However, if they find something on the radiograph X-ray, you do have a problem, and it's not an overly expensive procedure. And at this point, it should be covered, I believe, routinely by insurance, because it should be a screening device for people who reach 35, 40 years old, because you pick up people that you would not pick up until they have that fatal or serious.
What about a 69-year-old hockey player? You think my doctor would recommend it?
You know, Bob, you and I know there was a good book written by Pritikin, may rest in peace.
I read it.
And he looked at heart attacks in marathon runners.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a number of them that died, and when they did the autopsies, they had blockage in their arteries. It was diet-related. Even though they had great collateral circulation, incredible shape, it didn't prevent the atherosclerosis in those patients that ate poorly. So there's no free lunch in this, and I think what you said, screening patients before they get sick, and that requires us willing to pay for those procedures, and rather than let's pay up front for the X-ray instead of pay the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And doctor, there are cases for every situation. I have a dear friend. He's 77 now. The reason I mention his age is talk about beating the odds. He was up to about 9 stints when he overwent I guess he had a multiple bypass. You know, I don't know how many he had, but he had a bypass. And since that time, in his new setup, in addition to the additional 9, he's up to 32 stints, and they can't give him any more. But yet, he's still kicking, and he still lives. He's slowed down, but he still lives a full life. He's one of those fearless people that does what the doctor tells him. And in his case, it's just genetic. Anything he does, his body makes fudge, you know.
Just remember, there is a strong that my son had heart disease.
Yeah.
Serious blockage at 40. is indicative of a genetic mutation in his body. It wasn't a family history. His lifestyle was not atrocious. So unfortunately, there are people that develop premature heart disease. Interesting enough, when the boys used to come back, when they used to do autopsies, sadly, of the young men who fought in the war in Vietnam, they found 19 and 20 and 22-year-old young men with atherosclerosis.
Yeah, it's amazing. 8:52, Dr. Victor Sternberg, our guest. Do you have anything else in your bag of tricks?
Yeah,
I love when you
one
bring
last
these
thing.
items. Please do, Doctor.
And this goes right to the nub of this preventive issue. Massachusetts legislature passed a bill that bans all flavored vaping products and flavored cigarettes, menthol-flavored cigarettes. And the AMA came out recently with a position that they would recommend the banning of all tobacco products. Now, I understand we've had this conversation before about the cat's out of the bag. I get it. But the single largest cause of preventable deaths in this country is coming from smoke. And now with this huge influx of patients who are vaping, more than 2,000 hospitalized, 40 dead, and the fact that this is a national health emergency, just like the opioids was, preventable, at least addressable in a different fashion. And I told you my father died. Many of my patients have passed away from lung cancer. One of my dear friends is in the hospital today being treated at Presbyterian for lung cancer. It is a horrible disease, and the fact that we have allowed companies to sell electronic devices on the subterfuge that it's going to make people stop smoking, it was such a canard.
What a bait and switch, huh?
Never evaluated.
Let me ask you something, Doctor. Use me as a guinea pig because I do feel grateful.
Yeah.
As you know, I smoked, I smoked maybe for 9 years. I smoked, by the time I quit, I was smoking 2 to 3 packs a day. Now, of course, you don't smoke every cigarette down. And 42 years ago, almost to the day, by the way, about 2 weeks off, I quit. And I'm 69. I'd have been dead already, huh?
If you didn't have lung cancer, you probably would never be able to play hockey anymore because you'd have COPD. Your lungs would not function at all. You'd be walking around with oxygen, and you might be dead. Yes, you're lucky. But by the way, in the study which they're looking at people who smoke, where they do these low radiation scans, they pick people that had 20 years of 1 pack a day, 10 years of 2 packs a day, and in your case, if you were smoking 2 to 3 packs a day, you might be wise to get a scan done.
Yes, I know that. But again, I'm almost certain I'm playing with house money. I mean, I've had people, two people in my particular family group, like cousins, uncles, die. 3 of them die of lung cancer. So I think they were all in their early 50s. So I would have been gone already, I'm sure. Doctor, do you have anything else? I had one thing for you.
Why don't you give me
Okay.
You serve it up.
And this has to do with your current profession as well. And it has to do with behaviors. I've got grandchildren. I brought up a daughter, and all 3 have had to wear braces. Now, how a lot of the braces now, you take them in, you take them back out.
Right.
They don't stay in permanently. How the hell can we trust kids to really keep these uncomfortable things in their mouths? And how much of that is also a behavioral issue? That's number one. Similarly with a CPAP. If I'm not busy and I'm home every night, and not that I'm otherwise out, but you get in late, you have a night event, heck, screw it, I'm not going to put on the CPAP. These things help people, yet they're hard to develop discipline for.
Yeah, there is 2 things with that. One is some patients can wear an appliance that will move their jaw slightly forward, and that will relieve the difficulty with their breathing. And there's about 25 to 50% of people do not have to wear that machine. They can actually just have a little type of guard made that just positions their jaw slightly forward, and it opens up the airway. And there's a test for that. There's a sleep test they can do. So
I've had
not
that.
everybody has to wear those. The issue of braces is interesting. The bracing issue is interesting. One of the problems I see on a regular basis a new patient that has crowded teeth, and I said, "Did you ever have orthodontics?" And they said they did. And the problem is that if you don't get retainers that you wear for the rest of your life, some kind of appliance, the teeth often relapse into the position they started. So again, straightening the teeth, it's very much like having bypass surgery and going out and smoking and eating hamburgers all day.
It makes sense.
What happens afterwards is more important.
And you know what? I'm sure your profession worries about this, and if not, they should. Given my past life, running a training school and doing that kind of organizational stuff, one of the things you really get stuck in is that people don't do things that are onerous. They just do not. And I was watching my granddaughter the other night. So that she could eat, she had to remove 2 tiny rubber bands from her mouth. Now, you know that a kid's not going to keep that up. She's just not. It seems to me there's got to be a better way.
Well, they do have these Invisalign products where they actually just wear a tray, and they don't have to put braces on their teeth. And for some people, there is, we can talk about the necessity of orthodontics and what it's really about another time. But I'm just going to close with one issue. Well, I'm going to the school right now, and I'm going to I'm teaching some students about how to save teeth. And I've done thousands of implants in my career, but my title of my website is Dr. Save My Teeth. Interesting enough, implants came along and everybody thought they could replace teeth with no problems. Well, let me give you the rest of the story. Many patients are having problems now with implants because the same process that caused the teeth to be lost is causing the implants to lose bone. So I can tell you not strongly enough as an audience, find a dentist who's committed to saving your teeth first. Implants are like artificial legs. You put them in when you lose your leg, when you cannot save it. Save your teeth for as long as you can, and you'll avoid yourself a lot of expense and even problems, because once an implant fails, we have no backup plan.
There is no backup plan. Well, what about false teeth, the classic false teeth?
False teeth is a backup plan. And let me tell you, starting to make false teeth for people who live vibrant lifestyles in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, and 70s is not a nice way to spend the rest of your life. It's a very sad kind of existence. So please, go to my website. There's a lot you'll learn about taking care of yourself. And I'm saying that not self-serving, because I'm probably one of the few people, as I mentioned, that really, I became Dr. Save My Teeth because that's what I really believe in. So in any event, Bob, I got to go teach the students.
Well, listen, thank you so very much, Doctor. It's always a pleasure. We'll talk to you again next week. Dr. Victor Sternberg, Dr. Save My Teeth. Go to his website. He really is as good as it gets. Chris, I can't, every time I brush my teeth, I got to see his face. He's not the best looking guy in the world. He's a dentist, for God's sakes. I mean, you have to do weather. Yes, weather. I got it right. Jake is upset with me for something. Go ahead.
It is 47 degrees along the Sound Shore. The rest of the day, there will be some possible morning sprinkles. Gone by noon, though, or early afternoon. High, 53 degrees. Tomorrow, breezy, sunny. 47 is the high. Maybe some evening rain. Sunday, periods of rain, 45 degrees. And Monday, partly sunny with a high of 48. Weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. Voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. As we head into the 9 o'clock hour, folks regularly listening to this program know we use the 9 o'clock hour for our long-form interview. We've been talking with journalists and people that come in the news. Now, some of them will be with us each and every week, as is Hezi Iris right now, and sometimes we'll swap them out for a special guest. Today, coming up, will be one of the tougher, more straightaway good journalists here in Westchester County. Hezi Iris, the managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. Pardon me. We go into the 9 o'clock hour, supported by the following: Plug-in Virtual Reality, Dominic's Fine Cigars. Again, they brought you Jake's picks of the week, including his profound failure last night. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. Plug-in Virtual Reality, I think I said that already, the law firm of Payne & Con and Aging Issues Management. And we will be. There was something I wanted to ask Jake, and now I can't remember what it was. Oh, yes. I did have something else to read. Where is it? Dum-da-dum-dum. Our friends over at Beachmonts want you to know that the 56th annual, that's Beachmonts Tavern, right on North Avenue across from Iona, the 56th annual New Rochelle Thanksgiving Day Parade, it's tomorrow. It is as good as it gets. Brought to you by, oh, did I miss the phone again? No, I didn't. Brought to you by, yeah, I did. Call back, please. Brought to you by the city of the Chamber of Commerce, Saturday, 10 to 1, the second largest parade in New York State. Afterwards, be sure to check out Beachmonts in New Rochelle, Westchester's oldest eating establishment. They've got 9 TVs there, the best wings in town. But if you heard me before, if you're not a wing person, get a burger and
One
do it the way
question.
I do. Well,
How's their celery juice? I think that's the most important.
no, I love Janelle, but celery juice is
No,
not
there's
something
no
that's
way
on
it's
my
good.
menu.
There's no way.
That's like one of my biggest complaints. But let me finish this thing I want them to eat. Get a burger. I'm gonna have to call Hezzy back. Get a burger, okay? Get it fairly well done. You don't really want chopped meat in a restaurant not well cooked, But get the sauteed onions. Put some ketchup on that sucker. You don't need, if you want your cheese, throw your cheese. Everybody likes to throw it on there. They're as good as it gets at that place. I'm telling you, really good stuff. Stay away from the fries. They'll hurt your heart, even though they taste good. I tell myself that. I don't always do it. So, what did I want to ask? I can't even remember what I'm doing. I got to call Hezzy because I missed my cue. I missed my cue. Did you hear that? I missed my cue. Jake?
Yeah.
Could you do me a favor one more time? Give them your picks of the week. People don't listen every hour, and I want them to know that. Your mic is on. Have fun with it.
All right, one more time. I like the Raiders in New York against the Jets. The Raiders are favored by 3. Bob likes the Jets. I think that's going to cost him $10. I like the Bills at home, favored by 4 against the Broncos. The Lions are in Washington, D.C., playing the Redskins, and they are favored by 3.5. That is my lock of the week.
Oh, I just stay there. I got confused and I misplaced my number.
Breaking news. Bob got confused.
That's not right. I'm trying my best here. Maybe you're doing this stuff. You'll see how crazy it is. All right, we got the... it's forwarded. Oh, it's on the other line. Okay, we did it. Cool. We got Hezzy coming up. Let me see. Hezzy Harris, I'm sorry. I was calling you when you were calling me.
No problem.
And I've already
No
teed you
problem.
up. Did you hear Jake's picks of the week? We got a guy. We got a
No,
hand.
I hadn't.
You may want to. It's better than investing in the stock market if you want to lose, if you need a tax write-off.
Oh, I know. I know. I've been hearing it for other days, but I didn't hear it today.
Well, if he was an undertaker, nobody would die. We'd all live forever. Just think of that. Anyway, once
Gotta
again,
love it.
I teased it before, but Hezzy Harris, as you know, folks, one of the people that I admire in this business. He is the managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. He plays it straight. He tells it as it is, no matter how hard the news is or tough. He will report it if he saw it and knows it and confirmed it. Once again, the managing editor, the publisher of the Yonkers Tribune, Hezzy Harris. How the bleep are you?
Well, I'm okay, but since I heard about this Hezzy Harris character, I just don't know if I should be the one on your show. There are probably so many different people that would actually qualify for that. But thanks for it. Anyway.
No, we try and get all of you on who do what you do. It's really important to me to do that. That's one of the reasons we did this, Hezzy. So it was one of
that.
my favorite phone
and I
calls.
wish you luck.
Well, I know you do, but one of my favorite phone calls was calling you up and saying you need to be a part of this because that's why we're doing it, and I'm grateful for it. Now, speaking of Mr. Hard-Hitting Journalist, what do you have coming up? You covering a balloon race or something?
Well, we are actually, but this is a very interesting balloon race. Actually, this is a one that is still being challenged between Mrs. Walter, Ruth Walter,
Yes.
who's running against Gordon Burroughs.
Yeah, he's challenging
who's
the
been
numbers.
An incumbent for about 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
So evidently there's a challenge going on, and she's ahead by about 200 votes, which is very, very interesting. And I guess, what could be honestly said about that particular contest was it seems that Gordon Burroughs was a little bit lackadaisical in his campaign efforts. Maybe he was sitting on his laurels
He
a little
probably
bit
was.
too long.
Mm-hmm.
And she did a bang-up job in reaching out to the voter, whereas in the past, when I was watching her in operation, I felt that she was very aloof and standoffish, a little bit difficult to approach. But now, a lot of things that are happening, which is causing a tremendous amount of consternation, and there is now a study of exactly who did win. But the issue is that a lot of her supporters, for example, want her not to open up those early ballots, and so she doesn't want those opened. And there are about 500 of them that need to be counted if they would be permitted to. But her entourage, and you know how it is with people who are ascribed to their position, you can't really change their minds. But the point is, an election, everybody knows the rules. Everyone has a right to vote that is legitimately registered to vote, and those that do vote need to be counted. You can't dismiss them because you want to.
What was the spread?
And that's
I'm
the
sorry.
spread's about 200 votes, but now the number of votes that she doesn't want opened is over 500.
Well, how could you not want a vote's a vote to vote? How could she not want them open? What am I missing? You know I'm not that bright.
Well, neither am I. So that's why we're talking. We might learn. That's why we might learn something.
Go ahead.
You never can tell. So it turns out that it's almost illogical, though, that he could win, because if there are 500 votes that are in contention, and she was ahead at the original tally by 200, he would need to win 350 of those 500 votes. In other words, he'd have to win by 350 votes to her 150 in order to be able to eclipse the difference between him not winning and her winning. So it seems to fly in the sense of numbers, because people who early vote or absentee ballots, they tend to vote in the same way that the voters whose ballots were already counted vote. There isn't that much of a difference, and so that becomes a real issue. And this morning, the big thing was that actually Gordon Burroughs' son, Matthew Burroughs, and he ended up writing an open letter addressing Mrs. Walter and the fellow voters, and he basically said, "Hey, we have a right to uncover every ballot." And he also was one of those people who was an absentee ballot, and he wants to be counted, and he's got a right to that, and that's the big story.
Why did he wait so long?
We'll see where it ends.
Why do you think he waited so long?
Why did who wait so long?
Why did Gordon wait so long? Why did Gordon Burroughs wait so long to challenge?
Oh, I think actually it's been under challenge for over a week.
Okay, but even it's like a month after the election almost. I'm surprised that 2 weeks, I guess. Well, I can't.
Well, you know what? The Board of Elections has to count.
They
have to study they go through a whole process of studying it and opening up the ballots, and there's this and that, and there are also the early election, the people who voted early, and the absentee ballots. So everything needs to be put together once it's a challenge, and it's a lot to scamper to get done by the Board of Elections.
So how long do you think
that's their job?
How long do you think this recount will take?
Well, hopefully it'll probably end by next week, and we'll find out what's going on, because they're at the cusp now of getting it all done, and they still have to see if all these 500 some odd votes are going to be counted. It would be a travesty if people's votes get trashed.
That should not happen.
Because of some. Well, you know what? A lot of things shouldn't happen, but they do. So I hope that it doesn't happen. That's a big issue. That to me is a big issue, because we've thrown out a lot of ballots before that.
I'm not aware. I didn't realize that. Hezi Aris, our guest. Hezi, would I be wrong? And this has nothing to do. I don't know the man well. I interviewed him many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I got the impression that Gordon Burroughs, frankly, was one of those. And we have a guy here, Lou Trangucci, wonderful guy for many years. But in the last few, you couldn't find him without a GPS. And that's probably, I get that same sense with Burroughs, that he was sitting back on his laurels and not doing very much. In fact, apropos of that, before you answer that, I had Andy Spano on yesterday. You may have heard him.
Right.
And he actually was in support of the raises that Latimer and his team are putting through for the people in the county, the department. But he did say
Yeah.
the sticky wicket is the legislators. He said because there are legislators who come in one day a week, punch a ticket, and go home and never get involved, and then there are others that turn it into a full-time job. I always got the impression, rightly or wrongly, that Burroughs was a one-day-a-week guy.
Well, just a bit before we enter into that whole issue, the thing that I found a little bit difficult to stomach was the budget that was presented by the
please.
Westchester County
We were going to
executive.
go there. Let's talk about it now.
And the reason for that is that he put it in the budget that he would raise all these enumerations for the for the workers,
commissioners,
however,
etc. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, except he didn't make it public, and when he included it in the budget when it was initially proposed. And then don't forget too, remember when we were going to be in a deficit and we needed to raise the tax by 1%?
Yes.
Which is fine. It wasn't people weren't freaking out about it, but then look at how much money he's raised salaries, and yet at the same time he's now suggesting with this new budget that he's now going to, and he's expecting over a 20% increase. I think it's 29%.
27%.
In
27. Yeah, it's 27. He's projecting 27. A 27% increase for going forward to balance his budget. Yes.
Right. Okay. So so he's expecting that to happen. But if he's expecting that to happen, then why did we have to increase our tax if that's what he knew was going to happen? But isn't it a little bit illogical to promise a 27% increase when most companies don't do 27% from one year to the next?
Well, you well know
when we were in the condition before.
Well, you well know that cities like your own, Mount Vernon, even here in New Rochelle to some extent, projections are this magical thing that you can put in a budget to balance it, and then when it doesn't happen, you can say your projections were wrong, but you got past the process. And what I honestly think, and this doesn't necessarily make it a good thing, I honestly think that they did their homework on this 1% increase and knew that it was going to be a windfall. That knew it was going to be a windfall even greater than we thought. That's my gut, but I don't know.
But that's okay. That's all right, and there wasn't a problem with it. But it just seems to fly in the sense of incongruity. Well, if you knew that this was going to happen, and you knew that you were planning your budget based on that, then what was the need for it? Maybe he needed that 1 year stop measure to keep things going, and okay. But then is that going to be refunded to the public next year?
That's a very good question. Now, one aspect of this.
Those are the issues. So anyway, with regard to Gordon, you're right. Gordon was lackadaisical. He wasn't as involved as he probably could have been. And it's very disappointing. I thought that he was, though, however, even though he wasn't there and he didn't reach out as much as he should, I think he was effective. And he was a good voice, and he represented the district very well. And, it's a very conservative district. You have to understand that.
Well, that's
probably
interesting.
The most conservative district in all
and we
of
need
Yonkers.
more Republicans in government. There's no question about it.
I think so. And this, if he should win, it's definitely a wake-up call for him that he's got to be much more involved and engaged. But I've got to give kudos to Ms. Walter because she really, did the best that she could, and evidently she gained a lot of support. And that's where it is. But whoever wins at the end of the day, from my perspective, I hope they do a good job.
Well, of course. Now,
because that's really what matters.
Speaking of these raises, three things, and just to move forward with the conversation, there are a lot of ways to look at it. I did not know until I saw the piece in the paper, and this is irrespective of them not telling people before the election, no surprise there, but that they had not had raises for 14 years. I was not aware of that in most cases. One, two.
So what?
No, I know, but bear with me.
So what?
No, I just wasn't aware of it, number one. Number two, as Andy Spano said, whether the raises had been 10% or 50%, they weren't going to be popular.
Right.
And I'm saying this as grist for the mill.
But
Have
that's
at
not
it.
the issue. You know, I think Mr. Spano is a little bit off on that. The point is, you're running for political office. You knew what the remuneration was going to be. You always knew that. It was not a question of, well, you know, I'm going to get the job now and I'm going to get a raise for another $50,000. No, that's not the game. When you get a job, for example, when you were working on Wall Street, did you say, oh, well, let's see, I'm going to get 100,000, but I expect in a year I'll get 150. On what basis? I mean, there's no reason why, even if the rates haven't gone up for 14 years, so what? How long do they work? Tell me how many days of the week do they work as county board legislators? Can you tell me? Because I have no idea.
Well, as Andy said,
I think they only work twice a month.
as former county executive, he acknowledged that. No, he absolutely acknowledged that.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
but
no.
whatever,
What he said was some
truth.
come in one day a week and they just punch a clock, and because he was dubious about those raises, not the commissioner raises. Those raises, he said, geez, you know, the problem with that is some people just come in and punch a clock, where others do actually work their butt off, and I don't know who they are. But having said that, let's focus. I think you all agree on that one. The commissioners, though, and some of those salaries were very high. The ones that shocked me, but the former county executive thought were okay, were the commissioner increases and the one for the deputy county executive. Where he's now going to make like $200,000 a year. And I don't begrudge anybody making a living, Lord knows, but he was very comfortable with those. He said, you know, these people hadn't had a raise for 15 years. I just didn't know that. I was shocked at that. I think that's a problem government has. You do have to pay people properly.
That's not look, if they don't want the job and they don't get paid enough, there are other jobs that they can get.
That was what I had said.
So I don't know what people are crying about. You know, you don't have to go for the job. It takes a lot of effort to go and get the money, raise the money, and get elected into office and all these other things. You know what? They all have a second job. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, I know they do.
You know,
no, all of them do.
So, you know, it's not like none of them are starving. They're going to all have a wonderful repast this Thanksgiving, and they don't have to worry about their home. Many of them own their own homes. And, you know, come on.
Hey, Hezi,
and you know what? A lot of people have done very well.
Hezi Aris is our guest. He's the managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. Before that, of course, the Westchester Guardian. I always have to. It's called a reset. I want to go back to something here. What's the old acts? What's past is prologue. Remember maybe 10 years ago when the head of the Board of Legislators wanted to raise Mr. Ryan? Mm-hmm. They chased him out of town with pitchforks. Now, with stipends, the chair of the Board of Legislators is going to make like 120. So Ryan's probably saying,
well, you laugh. You know, you laugh, but the point is this is really serious stuff.
Yeah.
You have to ask yourself a major question, and maybe this sounds cynical, but you know what? You have to look at every different form of government to understand and to appreciate exactly what they do. Mm-hmm. Now, for example, like I'm more familiar with Yonkers than I am with any other community.
Of course.
And I think there are similarities. The staff in Yonkers, their salaries have gone through the roof. There was a time when a city council person would only get about $50,000. They also got a car. They got insurance for the car. They got free gas for the car.
We're in the wrong business.
They were supposed to only use it internally because they were supposed to only be able to visit people in their district. Mm-hmm. They had to get there from car to car, by car. And now they're getting all those benefits. At the same time now, they're probably getting in a check about $65,000 in a year for the job that they do,
healthcare,
plus all those other benefits,
perks,
and that amounts to the least paid person who's a city council person in Yonkers is earning over $100,000. And don't forget, they got medical insurance and all those other things. They're all paid for. So. And now that they're able to work as long as 10 years, if they go into it used to be just 2 4-year terms. Now they're going to be able to go beyond that and go up to 3 4-year terms, which means they're also going to get a pension on top of that. So, you got to ask yourself a question. What do these people do for this money?
Of course.
And the answer is very little. Because, but what's interesting is when the administration decides to do this, what they're buying is loyalty.
Yes.
Call me conspiratorial, but if your boss is going to give you a raise as much as this, what is he buying, or what is she buying? She's buying loyalty, and she's buying subservience. So when the man or the woman at the top says, "I want you to vote for this because this is what I think is best," a lot of people are going to say, "Yes, sir."
We're talking to Hezzy
And
Conspiratorial
that's
here.
the issue. Yeah, conspiratorial theorist.
Yeah, I like that. You know what? Two things: the county executive did not increase his own pay, and you see, of all the people,
give me a break.
I know,
I'm crying already.
I know. No, but my point is this: if you're going to play by a level playing field, for good or ill, like whomever has that job or not, that's the job that should be paid well. And Andy said, "Well,
it is paid well."
No, but what I'm saying is, no, I'm talking, no, Einstein's theory of relativity. All his commissioners should not be making more than him. The deputy commissioners shouldn't. And what I find troubling is that
they shouldn't.
He shouldn't.
Why? What do you mean he shouldn't?
The deputy, deputy guy shouldn't make more than the top dog.
Because why is he? That's the point.
Well, I'm getting to that as long-windedly as inefficiently as I can, my friend. Which is no, but the thing is, the reason they don't give themselves a raise, and they want to be able to say, "I didn't get a raise. I may have given away all this other money, but I didn't get a raise." And Andy said, well, you got to do that. Otherwise, people will say you gave yourself a raise. But it's disingenuous to the point where, if I'm just an arbiter and I'm saying, look, the guy that's got a gazillion-dollar budget and thousands of employees, that's a lot of responsibility. It's incomplete to not, for political purposes, assuming that the raises are justified, the top guy should be paid the most money, period, end of case.
No. It's not that simple. That's just optics.
Well, yes, that's my point. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
So from an optical perspective, you're right. That's why the mayor gets the most, or the county executive gets more than that. That's why the president even gets more than that, and that's what they do. But that doesn't not necessarily make it right, because some people actually deserve to get paid the money that they get, and others.
Well, yes, I understand that. I know that a doctor, the Ambler, who is the health commissioner, I guess is a doctor.
Yeah.
Well, then your other argument comes in. Well, then you should have been a doctor. But
not
nonetheless,
necessarily. But I know Dr. Ambler by her press releases every now and then. But God forbid you need to ask her a question. She's not there to answer the question. It's too difficult. I don't know if she really does know medicine. I remember reporting a few years ago there was a major standard. You laugh, but the point is I do remember. And the point is when I asked, why is I'd heard. But we never got an answer. Somebody was brought into a hospital in Yonkers, and evidently they were concerned that this person had gotten infected with something, and they didn't exactly know where it was going. And I asked a few important questions. It doesn't matter. Don't want to scare people to what I thought the disease was, but I knew where the guy traveled, and so on and so forth. And then I asked a question. They wouldn't even give me an answer. You know what? That's pathetic. That's rotten to the core. And you know what? People like that should be fired on the spot, because they don't know how to respond and deal with contentious issues. And because they don't know how to do that, guess what? They also don't know how to celebrate anything either. They don't know how to celebrate. It's excellent work, and they don't know how to deal with the reality. I may not have been the only person, but I probably was the only person to ask that question. It was too pithy. It went over her head. But
I'm
she's
sorry.
still there.
It took me 22 minutes to hit your button.
No, you don't need to hit my button.
I don't need to. I just need to walk by it. I love you. Hezzy Harris, as you can see, he really cares. No wonder he's got all new mechanics in his heart as we pass through 926. I hope you have some sort of a pump there to get fluid to keep those arteries
open.
open.
It is, though? Well, once you get a triple bypass, they say you got another 30 years added to your life.
You've got a warranty, new tires.
Well, it means I'm going to last till 99. I don't think even I could stomach myself.
You know what you
till
should do?
99.
You should get a note from your doctor and send it to City Hall. They'd all quit. What? Hezzy's going to live till 90, folks. Oh, my God.
Well, you know what? I'm afraid that if I would get the letter from the doctor, which is a known thing when you get this sort of surgery, I think people in City Hall might get a heart attack. I don't want them. I don't want them to suffer what I already did.
No, I know you
don't. That was
don't.
because they were giving me the heart attack. So so but that's the way it is.
But you know what's interesting, Hezzy? Your reactions are because you care and because you run into these hypocrisies as I do every day. I went on I know this is a sidebar, but I know you know the answer to this, and a caller came in and said, give them a break. But I was so enraged the other day, once again trying to drive through Pelham on Lincoln Avenue, that if I could, I wouldn't vote for the mayor there if you paid me. And it's not fair, but only because why would you let sewer and electrical work on the busiest stretch in your town by the biggest, at the corner of the biggest access street happen at the same time? And it wasn't just like a little detour. I mean, you literally had to go almost half a mile to get back to find the hutch. If you had a GPS, you couldn't do it.
Right.
And I know it's not fair, and maybe that's why I could never work in government. But how did they let that happen? Why didn't it happen during the summer when we went?
I've heard you talk about this before, and the reason it happens is because of ineffective coordination.
Yeah.
In other words, that this needed to be planned, and it should have actually gotten authority, not just from whoever was doing the work, but it should have gone through whoever's engaged in the transportation department or whatever body oversees this sort of thing, and it should have gotten authorization, and people should have been warned about it as well in advance. What's the problem? Couldn't people have been? Couldn't there have been what is it, like a robocall advisement to everybody?
If you could figure it out,
in the city,
if you could figure it out, there actually were some shortcuts, but they were probably through homes, and they didn't want to talk off the voters, so they let the poor people in their cars be tortured to the nth degree. And then what would happen is you'd make a right turn because they'd say this is a detour. By the time you got done with the detour, and I'm saying this is hyperbole, folks, you were in Eastchester. And then you made another turn and another turn, and then they had another dig and another cop saying you can't go that way, go this way. And I see, but here's my point. It's totally unfair of me. I know it, but I can't still suppress my rage anyway. See, I need pills now.
Well,
see what you did?
It's not unfair of you. It's logical. It could have been avoided. But it doesn't seem to be that the people who were doing the job or were sent to do the job seem to care one way or the other. It's not their city. There are other people here that get inconvenienced, and you know what? They may have caused such delays that these people's jobs could have also been on the line.
Yeah, but that's my point.
An hour late?
I'd be going to cover a story, and I can't get there.
Yeah.
And there was one case they had to have a lot of digs here in New Rochelle because of all the construction, and they've said that it's going to be tough. But there was one backup so bad that, believe it or not, I was on my way to negotiate a new car, and I gave up.
Okay.
The poor car dealership. I gave up. I turned around on Harrison Street, and I said, I'm not doing it. I can't spend 40 minutes on a side street. Won't do it. So anyway, you just inspired me. This is like mass hysteria. At 9:30, we're talking with Hezzy Harris. Hezzy, I got to take a quick break. When we come back, tell us what else is going on in Yonkers, and we'll talk the other thing about something near and dear to your hearts, term limits. The county executive has said that he himself.
I know, I was going to bring that up.
I'm going to get you annoyed again. We'll be right back with Hezzy Harris. Right now, let's take a look at the weather. It's 47 degrees. We're going to have maybe some sprinkles. It's mixed clouds today. Going to get up to the mid 50s. It's going to be a fairly comfortable day. The weekend, it's going to be sunny tomorrow. As we get into Monday, though, look out for a little more precipitation. We'll update that for you later. Our weather today is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Also, Aging Issues Management and Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Kahn, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And speaking of Dominic Cigars, they brought you Jake's Picks of the Week, the football picks of the week. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. That music, as it changes, is for our guest. It sounds tough and honest, doesn't it? Well, that is our guest, Hezi Aris, managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. See, we found music befitting your temperament. What about, now in your town, your guy simply said, I want a third term, and legally, but nonetheless, without a referendum, got another term, whereas the county executive has decided to make law that he can only serve 2 terms. What say Hezi Aris?
Well, I mean, he made laws that he can't serve beyond his 2 terms. So I guess that's the way he feels about it. But, you make law, you could change law. It doesn't mean anything.
Michael
You know
Bloomberg.
what? When we had 2 referendums in Yonkers, it said, no extension of term limits. And then for 2 years before it even happened, I kept on saying that the mayor was going to go for extending term limits.
I read it.
And I was called the idiot. But except, maybe I'm the idiot, but
Wouldn't be the first
I'm really
time.
the savant. Because at the end, it turns out I was right and everybody else was wrong. Because you know what? People don't think it out. There was no logical way for this mayor to give up his seat of power because he needed it. He's got so many friends and family network people under his administration. They all need a job. And if he wasn't around, they'd probably all lose their job. So I don't know what's really driving Mr. Latimer to consider, only 2 terms is enough. It's a hard job. It's a very hard job.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to be certainly one that really expends a tremendous amount of energy.
He does.
And he's out there all the time. He's everywhere. He's like almost the definition of ubiquitous.
I was going to say
he
that.
Seems to be every place.
But I'm frightened now
Well, you
because
know
we're
what?
of the same mind.
No. Well, I guess you must have a copy of Webster's dictionary.
No,
and
do you know?
So that's why.
Do you know when I learned that word? Do you know where I learned that word? During the Watergate
when
hearings.
you met Chuck Lasnik.
No. Chuck Lasnik was the former Prague Council president at Yonkers. No, although he did get around. No, do you remember during the Watergate hearings when that icon Sam Ervin said, "Mr. Dean, you certainly have been ubiquitous," and I'm struggling for this. What the hell is that? And it stuck with me all my life. Ubiquitous. And then Tony Ulasewicz,
I learned it that way too.
the guy with the coin changer. Remember Tony Ulasewicz, the detective who was doing dirty tricks? I had to make so many calls to the White House. I had a coin changer on my. Anyway, so do you know my mother? I got to go here. My mom, God rest her soul, had a really good vocabulary. And whenever she wanted to beat me about the head, she'd use a big word. Like one day she called me a reprobate. And I went and looked it up, and it wasn't a compliment. And then another time, I gained weight, and she patted my stomach, and she said, "You certainly are looking corpulent." And these things stuck in my head. This is my mother. This is my mother.
Well, she was a great teacher.
Yeah, she was a great teacher. But the reprobate one troubled me.
Well, Victoria, you know what? Only a woman can teach
God
you
rest
things that you will never forget for the rest of your life. And your mother, always the best.
Oh, true. And then
can't get better than Mom.
But again, and she would do these things, and I would say, "Okay, Mom, fine." I got even with her though when she was sick. She had this eye surgery where it was going to be a while before she could see. So I was taking care of her at my house. I'm going to hell for this, but she would be sitting at the table when I got in, and she'd want to talk. She was bored, and And so I throw my jacket on the chair and say, "How was your day, Ma?" And all she could see was the jacket. She talked to me when I went around doing chores. I'm going to hell for
Wow.
you. Yeah, anyway. So I got even with her. Back to Yonkers. You know, you mentioned something last week that stayed with me all last week, and it was apropos of what you just said about jobs. It looks Yonkers is probably the biggest, the city's probably the biggest employer in your city. Is it?
Well, it is.
And
it is. I mean, it is because it's the largest employer of people who work in either the Board of Education, which is now a department of the city, as well as the City Hall itself. Over 5,000 people are employed by that operation alone. And it was actually the surviving institution for employment after Yonkers literally collapsed in the 1960s, as did the rest of the nation. But we were never able to survive and resuscitate and rejuvenate the economy. And it still suffers to this day. So now you're looking at 70 years later.
Well, I wanted to ask you about
60,
that.
40, 50, 60. Yeah, 60 years later, and we're still suffering that change.
You have
in business.
You have in your town some of the greatest empty factory space in the Northeast. I mean, it was a great industrial town once. How is it that we can't lure business there? Is it the tax structure? Is it a lack of will? Because you've got, and you could have housing. There's a lot of housing that could be updated. Why do they make a concerted effort to do that? Or is it just, let's cruise along?
It's based on interest and concern. We don't do a good job in promoting the city of Yonkers on a basis of reality. We try to make believe, for example, that crime is going down. That's the biggest piece of hogwash.
I saw that one last
hear.
year before we got you involved in this program. I saw the one where it was like one of the safest cities in America, and I was banging my head against it.
Oh, really?
Where did remember that one? I forget what the study was.
Well, you know what? Let me explain. People say, "Oh, you're crazy." This is what they say. First of all, let's look at the reality. City Hall is going to issue a press release and tell you that crime rates have gone down. Where are the numbers? Where are the numbers?
Well,
there are no numbers. This feels like Italy or Germany back in the 1930s. Sorry, it doesn't fly anymore. I mean, when are you going to believe? I remember once working with a woman who's actually was part of the Italian consulate in New York.
Yes.
She barely spoke English, and I barely spoke Italian, but I loved her. She was the best, and smart as a whip. Not a college-educated individual, but her life experience informed her of everything. And she said to me, "Whatever you see in writing, you don't have to believe because even that's not true." So she questioned everything, and a smart lady, and she was. I don't think she's still around. Here I am, 70. I met her maybe 40 years ago.
Amazing.
And when she was working at the consulate, and I think she lived in a certain part of the Bronx. I don't know what section. Eventually, because when I came to America, I met her there.
As is your gift, you've opened up, if not inadvertently, then through a gift, you've opened up another vein in the bloodletting of this patient that is doing news. And that has to do with relativity. For example, you said crime is down. From what? The other great comparison that I get a kick out of is affordable housing. Now, in a place where houses are $2 million, affordable housing is if you make $90,000 a year. In your city, if you manage to get industry back, which I pray and hope for your town, where are people going to live? Where can they afford to live? And
what?
What about affordable housing?
They haven't resolved that almost anywhere, but we don't seem to have an interest in that. We are marketing Yonkers as an alternative to Brooklyn or Hoboken or places like that. and our new buildings are charging in the neighborhood of $3,000 a month, and
Jesus.
so that's high end. That's very high end, even in New York.
It sure
Not
is.
everything is 3,000 even in New York, but the point is we should be able to build affordable housing. There are grants for that, and there are companies that push for that. But you know what? We're building apartments where supposedly the rent is high, and you know what? We're also filling it with Section 8 housing. But they don't want to tell you that.
No, they don't.
We are also look. That's the problem with Yonkers. It's all optics and no reality. If you remember, recently the scores came out from education.
Mm-hmm.
The educational scores, we got a press release from this really, I don't have any good words for this woman who's in communications from the Board of Education, because she sends out a notice and she says, well, our schools have been able to increase their return on the ELA, which is English Language Arts, and math tests, and they've increased from last year to the tune of between 5 and 9%, more than any other school. Oh, really? So I'm looking at it. I said, oh, this is phenomenal. I was just beside myself. Talk about quelling. I was like ready to, burst out and have a piece of cake. But it turns out, well, that amounts to all those people that did well. They amount to 35% of our student population in Yonkers. That's 27,000 kids. Their proficiency rate is 35%. So I said, are you out of your mind? You think that everyone's a fool? But if you look at it, 35% as opposed to the 65% that are not proficient.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell you about your stupid school structure?
Easy now, Hesse. But once again...
No, you know what? They have to stop lying. You know what? We would do better if we would just tell the truth. And you know what? Then people will make a decision and want to come here and legitimately want to come here, and they would do well. And the same thing goes with crime rates. What an audacious and outrageous remark by the new police commissioner, who would say I guess the crime rate has gone down. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm going to prove to everybody that the crime went up, because since he was an acting police commissioner, crime has gone up. But they keep saying exactly the same thing. That's called carrying the line. You show me the proof. There is no proof. Crime has not gone down. And you know what? Why take an insult to a reality? Are the police supposed to be at every corner, seeing every individual who might pull out a gun? Is that the fault of anybody? I don't think so. It's not. So why do we make believe it becomes a personal affront because the cop wasn't there?
Let's go
They're
back.
doing the job.
Let's before we go, we're in our final quarter of the interview with Hesse Aris, the managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. We're coming down the home stretch, but what we like to do in the home stretch, my friend, after we usually tell you take a moment to take your meds. But what stories are you working on now that we're likely to see in the new week? You come out of the box every Monday, man. What do you got?
Oh yeah, well, because I've got time all Sunday not to do anything else but write. So the next big thing is which is a dangerous thing for the city. So it turns out, because they give me so much fodder, well, it turns out that we're going to be writing about how the PBA, the Yonkers Police Benevolent Association, how they spend their money and how they've gotten around the law.
Well, that's going to make you very popular. Go ahead.
I'm already popular.
Yes, I know.
You know that. You know that I'm popular.
Whenever I see Hesse, I stay about 5 feet away from him, and I put a little target on his back, say, this is Hesse. Remember the old honeymoon? He's crammed and I'm clean.
So that's one of the things. And then the other thing, just because I want to make everybody happy, so I'm also going to be writing a story about, remember we wrote about general obligation funds
Sure.
that the kids raise money for their own use.
Mm-hmm.
Selling lemonades or washing cars, but that at the end of every year, that money is stolen from their account.
You mentioned
and,
that, yeah.
And instead of continuing on to the next year and the following year throughout whoever gets into those schools.
Who's taking
So
their money,
now
Hezzy?
there's another problem. Sorry?
Who's taking their money?
The Board of Education.
Are they
The Yonkers Board of
I'm
Education
sure they have some
is taking
pretext.
and stealing their money.
Well, you're saying stealing, but do they have a pretext?
It is stealing. What do you call it?
No, I'm wondering if there's
if you were working for me and you had your own bank account and you had people to oversee that account, but it was your money. How would I be able to take it away from you?
I understand.
At the end of the
Hezzy
year?
Harris, I know you well. I'm sure you called for comment and asked for a question. Who's taking this money?
No.
No?
No, I did. Look, I can call up the world, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get an answer. The point is my paperwork. I got paperwork for everything.
Well, that's what I mean.
Need
Okay,
to
well,
call
whatever.
these bozos to ask them for a question. They're going
Bozos.
to tell me, no, you're wrong. You know why? Because I'm wrong. I have to even study and say, well, how is it that I think like this and I'm wrong and they're right?
How did
Well,
you
if
even
they're
hear
right
about
and I'm
this?
saying something wrong, then I get really antsy and I study it.
Yeah, I know you do.
Until
That's
I get the
why
answer.
now this is the Hezzy that I'm trying to get people to understand. You do your homework. You get documents.
Yes.
You call. Now you must have, and again, we don't want you to out of it, but you had to have a whistleblower or someone had to say, "Hey, where'd my money go?" How did this story begin?
Well, I'm not clairvoyant. I'm not God's second in command.
I
He
thought
doesn't
you
send
were.
me messages.
Okay, fine.
No, sorry.
Fine.
And but you know what I've done, because the city of Yonkers always marginalized me, and they used to have their favorite boys and girls. So they would go to certain media.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't send me press notices. They wouldn't keep me in the loop. They lied to me. They tried to undermine my integrity. They tried to tell, and to this day, you cannot access the Yonkers Tribune website through the Board of Education or through City Hall, but you can get other newspapers there.
Do you think these powers that be don't they realize that it makes the rest of us more curious to find out what a Hezzy Harris, or in the case here in New Rochelle, Bob Cox wrote? It amazes me that they wouldn't they realize
remember,
you work even harder.
Remember that case? Yeah, well, remember the case where there was that crash. The communication director, the deputy communication director, got a crash.
Absolutely.
When I first called up the police department, they sent me they weren't there, but after 6 hours, they sent me an email, and then I was able to speak to somebody else, and I said, "Did you get this email?" "No, I didn't get the email." I said, "Oh, I did. I'm sorry you didn't get it. So let me send it to you." But in the meantime, I started to question, well, why did I get it? Nobody else got it. So I didn't ask. I didn't call up the police department again, the communication director. I decided to call up other media to say, "Did you get it?" "No, I didn't." And it went on and on. So then I said, this makes absolutely no sense to me. So why would I be the one to get it when everybody else didn't get it? Well, they were trying to cover it up with everybody else, but they were trying to throw me off the road, so to speak, excuse the pun, and they did. Because when I originally wrote the article, I ended up writing what they said was what happened. It was not what happened. And when I started to question why the other media didn't get it, I realized there was a problem here, and I started to check. And once I started to check, I realized that this guy who had left the Riverfest festival down at the waterfront and was at the Yonkers Brewery where he started to drink, and then went over to Duo's restaurant on Yonkers Avenue, that he left from Yonkers Avenue and went north on a road that was designated to travel south. And as opposed to when I was originally told that he made a left turn from Palmer Road and was heading south. so the way he crashed into the other car was the lie, because they made it seem that he moved into the wrong lane from Palmer Road once he got to Central Avenue, and that was the beginning of their end. That was the lie.
Do you know what my
favorite? And that's how I study.
Do you know how? You know the way people spin. Now this story is maybe 9 years old, but it was one of the few times. You know, we were at a presser for there had been an explosion in a car. In other words, now here's the story, right? And again, all of us in the press, and we're talking 247. They were there. We're all in there in City Hall in the basement, and afterwards we had such a great laugh walking out of there. So I'm going to give you just the narrative. Guy walks out of quote an Italian social club. He gets in his Jeep type automobile and it explodes after he starts it. So we asked at the time the commissioner, Commissioner, do you suspect any foul play or anything involving, and he said, all we know at this point in time is there had been a gas tank there was a can of gas in the back that somehow acted as an accelerant, blah, 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 and it exploded. Yeah. There's no indication of any foul play. We were giggling all the way out of City Hall. It's great stuff. In other words, and the way he made it, there was something that started it, and there was something that would explode. Okay, that was all right. And we weren't saying he should have jumped to any conclusions, but gee, my grandson was 4 at the time. I think he could have handled that one.
I'm sure he could. Well, maybe the gas tank was an accelerant, but something caused it.
Well, no, yes,
an accelerant.
There was combustible, and I may have said it was combustible material and something that set it off. That's all we know.
Exactly. Well, last thing you should know, because put all your listeners on the cliffhanger. We're going to also prove. I'll write this up on Sunday.
Folks, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got to have some fanfare for this. Here comes. It's coming. Hezzy's cliffhanger for Monday. You're going to want to read the Yonkers Tribune in a minute. Hezzy will make his announcement, his cliffhanger story. Let's get to the apex of this music. This is Radio Westchester, but it's Hezzy Aris's Yonkers Tribune. Go ahead.
Well, it turns out I'm going to show how the Yonkers Board of Education steals money from its teachers.
From its
teachers?
And
gets away with it from its teachers. And it gets away with it because the teachers are not aware that money that they are supposed to get
allegedly
is not coming to them. Not allegedly.
Well, when you say steal,
I don't play games like allegedly.
No, I know, but you have to. It's part of journalistic style. No, but
really, it's another. Oh, it's like, okay, I should be getting more money because I do a better job, or I should get less money because I do a worse job. There is no allegation here. Maybe I'll allege that they're doing it, but I have proof that they are.
Well, that's the beauty of it. Now, when you say just in terms of process, are they withholding it from their paychecks? Do they have a bad calculation? Or is it there's some sort of a fund like that they could do union dues that they're collecting? What is the nature of this alleged defalcation?
The nature is that the teachers are due money, and they're not advised that money has come through on their behalf. So what the city is basically doing is, or rather the Board of Education department is doing, is they're robbing them of the services that they've rendered, and not giving them the remuneration for the work that they've done. So in other words, if you're working, you're supposed to get paid, and they're not paying them.
So what you're telling me that the teachers don't even know that they're not getting the money, and you will be breaking this story over the weekend and into Monday, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, how can I not love you, Hezzy Aris? It's always a ball every week. I know you have to get ready for your own show. Where can people listen to you at 10 o'clock? We'll give you 4 minutes to prepare anyway.
Well, actually, it's I guess the best way to go is go to the YonkersTribune.com website. And then usually on the not usually, but always on the top of the page on the right-hand side is where we list the code to get to access the show. Just like you have you have your broadcast.
RadioWestchester.com, right.
Yeah. So, but that's all they need to go to. With me, it's a little bit more convoluted than that. You got to go to Blog Talk Radio and .com/Westchester on the Level. That's the name of the show.
The one you've always been Westchester on the Level, and it's always been your handle, and it's always been a good show, folks. So you'll want to listen in. Hezzy Aris, you are as good as it gets. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful done. Don't forget before the show starts to take your medication.
I've done that. I was prepared actually for you. I wanted to take it and calm down a little bit.
Hezzy, thank you so much. Hezzy Aris, listen to his show, read his newspaper. All the best to you too.
Thank you.
Goodbye. You. All righty, a quick look at the weather before we go. Right now it's 47. They've been telling us we're going to have a drizzle. It hasn't happened yet. There is still the threat of a drizzle as we get up to the mid-50s today. Thank you, the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Our thanks to Aging Issues Management and Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Kahn. Plug-in Virtual Reality and Dominic Cigars. They bring you this week's football picks. And, of course, Jake, great job today, Jake. Great introduction of a guest. He's a very busy man these days. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days. And we also want to remind you, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and it's 56 years they're doing it here in New Rochelle, the second biggest parade in New York State. The New Rochelle Thanksgiving Parade, brought to you by the Chamber of Commerce and clearly supported by the Beachmont, the tavern over by North Avenue. Saturday, 10 o'clock till 1, the second largest parade in New York State. And remember to check out, after the parade, Beachmont's in New Rochelle. It's one of the oldest and finest eateries. They've got 9 TVs. And they, in their copy, say, we've got the best wings, but I'm telling you, very underrated in the burger department. Do what I do, a nice, almost well-done burger. You get the sauteed onions on there, you throw ketchup, you like cheese, you get that too. Don't ruin it with tomato and lettuce. It's a burger, not a salad. But if you must, you must. Throw in some fries. Break open the bottle of ketchup. Don't even take the top off. Throw it on there. Stick your face in. It's that good at Beachmont. Jake Schaefer, thank you very much. Great job today. Of course, our traffic and weather guy, and we will be resuming traffic on Monday by popular demand. Chris Conway, and we want to thank all of our guests today. They did a terrific job, and I put their card away already. But just to remind you, Maren Vandermeer, our correspondent in Europe. Mitchell called in today. We also got a visit and a call from Anthony, Steve Callis, Janelle Albritton, Chuck Swenson. Remember, you've got to sign up for Medicare or change your plan by December 7th. Dr. Victor Sternberg, and of course, Hezzy Aris. And a special thanks and shout out to another one of our special guests today, Bud Poliquin, award-winning sports journalist and broadcaster. Thank you, everybody, for listening. We will see you again on Monday. Thank you so much for watching and listening. I'm Bob Marrone. We are, as you can see, the station at the radio station, at the TV, at the train station. I got that wrong. We are, and this is the morning show with Bob Marrone. I am he, and we'll see you again on Monday morning. Remember, you can turn on RadioWestchester.com. You can also watch and listen on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Periscope. Thank you again. Have a great weekend.